Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Thank you so much for being here. You could have been just about any place else, but you decided to spend your Halloween slash November 1st here on Royal Sussex. And I really do appreciate it. Peace, Joy. Thank you so much for being here first. Hello to Angela M. Mary H. Carol Lund. And is that Helene? Yes. Um ooh. Yes, Helene. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, that's good, right? Vivian Green, Kathy G, Ingrid Soares, Heather Stroud, Janice Goodrich, Marie Fabian, and Marie Johnson. Okay. Sharon Skinner, hello. Gwendolyn Daniels, Amelia Rodriguez, Cami Bluetooth, Teddy Bongo, Legs, and a host of friends and others. How about that? Okay. By the way, I don't think we'll be here more than an hour. I don't think we'll be here more than an hour. All right, let's breeze on through this. All right. So the War of the Windsors continue, more like the War of the Windsors. But first, let's take a look at this. I don't know if this is AI. I kind of feel like it was computer generated. But what a beautiful, idyllic scene, huh? You have a windmill, a little cabin or cottage. Yeah, let's call it a cottage on the open plains with nothing but that huge sky above. Yeah. When you're in the Midwest, the reason why they what state is that? They call it big sky country. Anyway, you can see why, because from sea, well, not the sea, but from one end of the plains to the other, it's just this wide open space. I always try to imagine what the early explorers must have thought when they traversed the Great Plains of the of what became the United States. But let's just say North America to be fair. What were they thinking when they saw that wide open space, grass as high as a house? And now look at it, very few trees, a farm everywhere you look, little towns, and, well, anyway, that vast wilderness is long gone. The wolves are mostly gone, the buffalo, um, the mountain lions, or the cougars. Yeah, the cougars. Yeah, now there's lots of development. The breadbasket of the world, they used to say. They say the Midwest could provide enough grain for the entire world. I don't know how true that is, but it's a very, very interesting thing to think about. Okay. I hope that we all are still praying for Jamaica. Not only do they need your prayers, they need some money. Please send them some money. And yes, there are lots of things going on in this world. There's Congo, there's Gaza. Oh my goodness, but Jamaica, Cuba, where else? Who else got hit by that storm? But yeah, and I think we're still early in the hurricane season. No, I don't know. But if you're wondering, why are there always so many of those hurricanes? Well, as best as I could explain it with my pseudo scientific degree, is that, picture it. The Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of Mexico, relatively shallow for such a vast area, right? Well, what once was land is now the Gulf of Mexico. The water is warm in comparison to the open ocean. It is very warm. And so, for that reason, when the cool air from the sky, when the cool air from the sky hits that warm Gulf of Mexico seawater, right? It is like kerosene and a fire. Anytime a warm front and a cold front, whenever they meet, thunderstorms are born, right? Lightning happens, thunderstorms are born. The sky gets dark, and all of that condensation that has risen up into the clouds suddenly becomes droplets of water, right? But the other thing that happens is the wind picks up and it starts making this huge vortex, and it just turns and turns and turns until it looks like it's covering the entire continent, really. And next thing you know, as it's turning, it's moving, usually northbound. And as it goes northbound, sometimes it cuts to the east, sometimes it goes west, but it keeps moving until it hits land. And usually, when it hits land, that takes a lot of the power out of it, a lot of the energy is dissipated. But sometimes it skips across, like, say, Florida, and then it comes out on the other side and start whipping up again. Sometimes it goes as far as New York, but it's generally over the water. It doesn't last long over the land. So that is where they come from, because there's a huge shallow area of water in comparison to the rest of the open ocean. And that warm water meets that cool air, and these huge storms form. And well, the area is just very prone to that type of weather, just like the Midwestern United States is prone to tornadoes, hence the name Tornado Alley. More tornadoes happen between Texas and, oh gosh, what is it? All the way up north there, whichever state, Wisconsin, Iowa, something like that. Anyway, there's more tornadoes that happen there annually compared to any place else in the world, because you have that wide openness with hot air rushing up to meet the cool air coming down. And next thing you know, boom, here comes the tornadoes. So, yeah, that is, yes, thank you, Legs. Legs says the Gulf of Mexico is essential, a basis. It's essentially a basin. It's like a big bowl, and it's up higher than the open ocean. So that water gets very warm. And so when that cool air goes across, all that energy forms and it just starts spinning around. And next thing you know, we got a hurricane a coming. As Sophia would say on the Golden Girls, there's a hurricane a coming. Thank you, Legs. That's it. It's a huge basin. Let's say like your bathroom sink. Yeah, it's not as deep as your bathtub, but yet it is capable of producing a lot of energy by way of hurricanes. And also, those waters are quite shark infested too. Oh, yeah, they'll rip you apart. So, yeah, that's why we have so many hurricanes. The United States is blessed with so many minerals and so many fossil fuels and such. But the curse, of course, is the tornadoes and the hurricanes. And also, if you go west, mudslides, brush fires, what else? Earthquakes. Yeah, so west of the Rockies, there's of course, that Pacific Rim that's there. And on the East Coast, well, they they get slammed by storms too. So really, I don't know where you can avoid the power of nature in these continental United States, but you name it, we got it. You name it, we got it. Okay. So anyway, that was my pseudoscience. I hope that was helpful. Oh, Minnesota. That's where the tornado alley ends, is in Minnesota. I remember when I was a kid that we would go out into the hallway at school. We'd have those tornado drills, and we'd have to sit on the floor and tuck our heads down and wait for the bell so that we know that it was safe to go back to our seats. But we would go out into the hallway because, of course, that was like the spinal cord of the building, right? That's where the thick mason walls would protect us. And yeah, so that's where we would wait out the tornado. Now, I've never gone through one myself, but I remember my sister had a tornado and it ripped the roof off of her house, and you could see the sky. You go in the bathroom and you look up, there was the open sky. And let's see, I think her truck had got flipped over. So yeah, her truck was flipped over down the street. Quite a storm. And as they always say, it sounded just like a freight train. Yeah, I tell you, it's some tremendous storms in the Midwest. You would just be amazed at the storms that come through the Midwest. One of the stories I recall from, they used to have a competition to try to break the record for driving across country. And this is when automobiles were new. So there was very little infrastructure. There were no super highways or anything. There were just a series of dirt and gravel roads and such. And these cars would be up to their axles in the mud. And gasoline, well, you had to be very strategic. It's like a modern person trying to find a place to recharge their electric car. Well, anyway, on the wide open plains, they say that you would see something that looked like a curtain in the sky far away, right? And you see it. Everything is dark beyond that point. Well, eventually, that wall that you see in the distance, you notice it's moving towards you, right? And because the Midwest is so wide open, you are literally looking at these storm cells headed your way. And next thing you know, that whole wall of water and wind is right in your face. And it could last, let's say, an hour. And then it passes you by. So, God, that's like, could you imagine? You're just in the open plains, there's nobody for miles. You'd be lucky if you see a little farmhouse somewhere. But that's the way it was in the early days of the automobile. Okay, so let's get on with it. Yeah, anyway, Jose Andreas says, we will start delivering with helicopters tomorrow. We can do deliveries and do search and rescue at the same time, and medical evacuations. So that is what World Central Kitchen is up to. And if you look on the right side, distribution today, World Central Kitchen in Treasure Beach today from restaurant partner Pan and Knock. Even though they didn't have connection for days, we did 21,000 meals plus water and fruit. We will increase food every day. Chefs for Jamaica. Oh my God, that is such a beautiful thing, isn't it? Isn't that amazing? Chef Jose Andreas was just over in Gaza, and now he's in Jamaica, partnering with restaurants to distribute food to all of the victims of the storm. the first responders, all of those people will have a nutritious meal, and hopefully they will be able to communicate with their relatives to let them know that they're safe. That's a beautiful thing. If you ask me, Chef Jose Andreas is one of the luckiest people in the world to be able to um, help people on the scale like that. I mean, what a sense of purpose to have in life, right? Every day you wake up with such a great sense of purpose because there's a higher calling. There's something so much greater than yourself um, urging you along to face the challenge of the day. You got to love that. T-Mac, hello. Thank you for being here. Hello, Vanessa Jones. Patricia Gordon, hello. All right. Hello, C-Mac. Did I say hello earlier? And V. Thomas, Compton, Caligal. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Zaquay Farms, welcome. Sierra Leone. That sounds so beautiful. Sierra Leone. So, Archwell Foundation, of course, Archwell has gotten involved. Hurricane Melissa has torn through the Caribbean, devastating communities across Jamaica, Haiti, Cuba, and the Bahamas. Many people have lost their lives in one of the strongest Atlantic storms ever recorded, with winds reaching 185 miles per hour. Thousands of homes are gone. Critical infrastructure, hospitals, schools, and water systems lie in ruins. Jamaica, a country the Duke and Duchess hold close to their hearts and last visited in 2024, has been hit especially hard. Towns and villages that are unusually vibrant and full of life have been torn apart. Entire neighborhoods remain underwater. More than three-quarters of the island is still without power. And for many families, the question isn't just about rebuilding, it's about making it through the day. But here's what keeps showing up in every report, every photo, every story coming out of Jamaica: people helping people, neighbors clearing debris together, families sharing what little they have, communities organizing, coordinating, refusing to give up. That's not just resilience, that's the power of community in its truest form. When everything else falls apart, that's what holds. Wow, that's beautiful. We've been so moved once again by the work of the World Central Kitchen, whose team showed up immediately to serve hot meals to thousands of families. And they're far from alone. Aid workers, first responders, volunteers from organizations large and small, they've all dropped everything to help. Their commitment is extraordinary. These communities need our support now. We've donated and ask you to give whatever support you can, large or small, because every little helps. The links below will take you to trusted organizations working directly in ground on the ground, that is, in Jamaica and across the Caribbean. Whatever you can give financially, donate supplies through the New York City drop-off site, or simply share these resources. It all matters. Thank you. And of course, the resources, you know what? I'm going to take a screenshot of this and I'm going to put it on our community tab. That way you'll have it. And also, I'm going to, yes, I'll do that. I'll put it on the community tab because there's maybe 7 organizations And so you can take your choice. Maybe you can do a little bit for all of them. But I'm going to do that right now while I'm thinking about it because, sometimes I remember and sometimes I don't. So while I am suffering from sometimers, I had better just go ahead and do it while I'm thinking about it. Okay. Huh. Well, that's not where I expected it to be. All right, let me try that again. Mm, Did that not work? No, it didn't. Okay, let me try that again. Ha! There it is. Okay. All right. So the links are on the community tab. And well, just know it will be the last thing that I posted. That'll make it easy for you. All right. I am so glad that you guys are getting involved and you want to do something, I hope. Okay. And oh, okay, it is there. All right. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the link to the Archwell there. So if you go and click on this link that I have on the community post, that will take you to Archwell. And there you can connect with those other links. I'd rather do it this way so you'll know that it is a trusted site. Okay? When you click on that, you just go to the bottom. You'll see World Central Kitchen, Jamaica Relief Fund, Team Rubicon, All Hands and Hearts, Walk Good Jamaica, and Food for Poor Jamaica. So you got 7 to choose from. No, I'm sorry, 6. Okay. Thank you all so much. Thank you for giving me the time to explain that. And yeah, we're good. God bless Harry and Meghan for making this available. And all the volunteers, people that have donated, I'm so happy about that. Oh, what's that? Sorry, my voice. I saw Chef Jose made his touchdown in Jamaica. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. Oh, absolutely. I'm so glad to do it. Really, I am so glad to do it. I do not take for granted um, the blessings of life, I do not take that for granted. And it is so important that everybody look outside of their own community and, of course, within their community for those that are less fortunate and people that honestly need help. T Max says, I'm so grateful for all that Chef Jose is doing for Jamaica and all other countries in need. Yes, absolutely. You know what? Why don't we give Chef Jose Andreas a big round of applause because he deserves it? All right. And it really takes a lot of logistics to make um, World Central Kitchen effective. It takes a lot of logistics because remember, you are working with restaurants that are already either in the community or near the community, right? And I want to say it was a tornado in downstate Illinois, and World Central Kitchen was there. I mean, these people get around. And for people who have lost everything to have a hot meal or a great sandwich, whatever they have available, that is tremendously helpful. Tremendously helpful. Did he win the Nobel Peace Prize? If he hasn't, he really, really deserves to win. T Max says, thanks, Baron, and all the Royal Sussex squaddies. Yes, thank you, squaddies, for everything that this community has done. We have raised so much money. I don't have the report handy, but we have raised so much money. And that's only the stuff that is made available through, I think, one or two different Sussex Squad groups. There are other groups of people that have on their own been able to raise money for different things. And anyway, cheers. Thank you, T Mac, for the super sticker, a super chat. Okay. Black History Month. The 31st of October was the last day of Black History Month for the UK. Also, I do not have a slide available, but let's not forget Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Um, Several buildings across the country, the large landmark buildings, were actually illuminated with pink. So if you saw pink lights on any of the building tops, that was the reason, because of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I know I'm talking kind of fast, but I just got through drinking some delicious coffee. I received some Chevalier coffee for my birthday, and this stuff is like rocket fuel. I mean, to tell you, I could just jump up like somebody put a Motown record on. Okay, moving right along. So it is Halloween. I know some people do not celebrate. Yes, that pagan ritualistic holiday that the Druids and all of those Celtic tribes and such celebrated. I get it. But I don't know if there's anything evil or sinister that some kid wants to dress up and be a Ninja Turtle. I just don't. But I understand that some people do not believe in such things, and I respect that. But oh my God, this is just the most fun you could ever have on a holiday. People dressing up as their favorite characters. It gives you a chance to just live out that fantasy. Um, yeah, it's just fun. Now, one of the most incredible things that you could ever do is if there is like a okay, Wrigleyville. If you ever been to Chicago, you know Wrigleyville or Rush Street, those kind of areas where there's a bunch of bars, or Boys Town over on Halsted Street. There's all these bars, and people go bar hopping, and you see the most incredible costumes. Some of them are in the most deplorable taste. Like, for instance, someone did the Siegfried, and actually, that year there were several Siegfried and Roy costumes, and all of them had a white button down shirt with red stains going down the shoulder. And they would take a lion and sew it to the, or a tiger and sew it to the shirt. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Now that was just awful. When you see it, you're just like, oh no. And then you laugh. But that kind of stuff, I thought it was hilarious in a very ghoulish, sinister way. But yeah, that's like the most fun you could ever have. It's just watching people go by with those costumes. I love that. It's not even about the kids. Forget the kids. It's all about the grown folks going out there and living out their fantasies. Like this guy right here who decided he wanted to be Prince William for Halloween. Now, that really captures the essence of the Prince of Wales. I mean, look at that. Those beady little eyes, that unmistakable receding hairline, and of course, that aged, gaunt look. Oh, definitely William the Fifth. Lex says most holidays are pagan and are rebranded. Exactly. Thank you, Lex. And also, I'll tell you another thing too. A lot of the biggest and most immaculately gorgeous churches that you'll find around Europe, a lot of those churches were built right on top of pagan temples, right? So people have worshiped even before the time of Christ. They have gone to those places to worship. And then, of course, when Christianity came, all of a sudden, they erected a church where there was once like a huge mound or some type of temple complex or whatever. That was the way, and you could really thank the Romans for that, because the Romans, they were the ultimate chameleons. The Romans got a lot of their stuff from everywhere they ever conquered. And that was one of the ways that made it so easy to conquer people, is that you would adapt your beliefs to their beliefs. And of course, you would expect them to give deference to the Roman way, but the Romans also gave a lot of deference to the other like tribes. So it was a symbiotic relationship. And that is how Christianity spread so efficiently across the ancient world, is because they would actually adapt a lot of their common holidays and their Christian, well, not just Christian, but their, pagan beliefs with other pagan beliefs. And then when Christianity came, then the church just took over whatever was left. So pretty clever when you think about it. Very clever. And so that's why in ancient Rome, you had a lot of those Roman gods that were inspired by Greek gods, that were also inspired by, let's say, the Persian gods or the Egyptian gods, right? They would just adapt them. And they all had different names for them. But yeah, I it's very interesting, because then when you go to some of these places, you know what to look for, right? You know what to look for. It's like another language, but in architecture. Okay, thank you, Legs. I don't know what they put in this coffee, but I'm about as high as a Georgia pine. Oh, let's see. Oh, I didn't know that. So Aphrodite versus Venus. So I'm guessing Aphrodite was Greek and Venus was Roman. And Bacchus was, let me see, was Bacchus Greek or Roman? I know the god of wine and merriment and such. Bacchus was either Greek or Roman. And then there was another name, right? What is the other name for Bacchus? I just saw that somewhere, and now I can't remember. But yeah, that's a good example right there. As a matter of fact, that is an excellent example. Thank you so much. All right, let's get rid of William, shall we? Ooh, ghost. Let me see. Let me see. Aphrodite is Greek. You are correct. Whereas Venus is Roman. Yes, yes. Are there any prizes? Are there any prizes? Okay, I need to be on Jeopardy today. I'm on fire. Let me see. Oh, that's very nice. To my Jamaican friends, don't give up your land. The snakes will be out. I know what you mean. Those land developers. Yeah, they come swooping in there with checks and yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Oh my God. Have you seen how some of those people in, like, say, Brooklyn, you have these black or Latino families that have owned homes for, let's say, two or three generations. And because of, let's say, a water bill that they never received, their house is sold right beneath them for pennies on the dollar. It is a nightmare, and some of these families are losing huge sums of generational wealth over technicalities. Over technicalities. That is, oh my God. I would just, I don't know if I would recover if I was a homeowner and I lost my property over a technicality. Miriam Gum, thank you so much for being here. Good morning to you too. Blessed Saturday. Thank you very much. Okay. Are we done with Halloween? Well, it's a beautiful fall day. I love to watch the trees change. The only thing I don't like is that eventually all the leaves are going to be on the ground and the well, everything is going to look very, very bleak. And and then winter is here. So yeah, we kind of we lose a lot of color during the winter months. But the good thing is, come spring, we can get it all back again. And such is the cycle of life. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I can see a content creator went just a little bit too far with their costume. Hmm. Very interesting complexion. Hmm. All right. This was my offering. Years ago, I saw that bear at a thrift store. And as soon as I saw it, you know what I said? You're coming home with me. So I took that bear home and I threw him right in the washing machine because, after all, you don't know if it's got the cooties or not. So I vigorously washed it with lots of detergent and water. And then, of course, I dried him out and I've had him ever since. I've had this bear for about 15 years. Now, it is a teddy bear who is wearing a jack o' lantern costume. Yes, when you pull that hoodie down, his little ears pop out and everything. It is just the most adorable thing. Anyway, I found that at the thrift store and I just felt like I needed to rescue him. And I've had him ever since. And every Halloween, I bring him out again. So I bought some of those little mini pumpkins from Trader Joe's. And of course, some of those leaves from the Dollar Tree. And there is my cast iron Eiffel Tower. Um, but yeah, so that's what I put up for Halloween. And of course, let's not forget the Sussexes went to a real pumpkin patch. And this isn't a Halloween costume, but I just thought it was so cute. I wanted to share it again. Don't you love it? Don't you love it? That is so cool. And there's Meghan holding up a jack o' lantern on the left, and Harry, of course, carving a pumpkin on the right. I wonder if that's his first pumpkin. Maybe, maybe not. Sandra, don't you love it? I mean, you see those bears, and it's like you feel sad. You don't want to leave them, and their eyes are just looking like, pick me, pick me. So, yeah. And you know what? The thing is, I think they still sell those um, if you know where to look for it. Little bear in the jack-o'-lantern costume. There it is. I see it. I see it. I see one on eBay. But do they sell them brand new? Yeah, eBay ain't for everybody. That is so cute, though. That kind of don't look like my bear. Well, it does. It does. I'm pretty sure it's the same one. How adorable is that, though, right? Um, the nose is a bit different, I think. Let me see this one. Yeah, that one is mine. Let me see how much they're selling this thing for. $7.80. Is it new? I doubt it. I doubt it. Anyway, but yeah, so that's what I did for Halloween. I put that up there. Oh, it's called the Gallery Halloween Plush Teddy Bear. That's the name of it, is Gallery. And that's the company that makes it, I guess. Oh, I think you can still buy them brand new. Yes, and they're under $10. Shut the front door. Huh. Okay. About 11 inches tall. All right, let's move on. Bum 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 ba bum 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 ba da 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 bum bum da 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 ba da 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 ba 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 da ba da da ba ba. Hey, ba da da ba ba. Yes, it is Fred G. Sanford and his son Lamont Sanford. Yes, that is Sanford and Son. That's that same picture that I pull out every year this time. And then you can take a look there on the left side. There's a royal wedding. There's Catherine wearing something that looks nearly white to someone else's wedding. And of course, Meghan. There's little Harry and Queen Elizabeth with that resting queen face. Yeah, there you go. Cute, right? Look at little Sanford and Son. Oh, look at there. If it isn't Albert Einstein. Yes, it's Albert Einstein. And another royal wedding. Look at Doria there. Yes, it is Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein. Cute. And there is a pumpkin display from the local grocery store. Isn't that cute? Yeah, I know, right? And ooh, oh my goodness, that scared me so bad. I didn't even see that coming. Both of them are equally frightening. I don't know which one of them are more frightening. What a scary couple of creatures. What do you even call those? What do you even call those? Oh my goodness, they're so frightening. Like, take a look at this one. Didn't that just take your breath away? No, me too. Take my breath away. Hey, take my breath away.
Saying that King Charles may never be Prince Harry. Is he being selfish? I ask this as fears are growing that King Charles may never be Prince Harry. Is he being selfish? I ask this as fears are growing that King Charles may.
There you go. Got to bare those teeth.
Prince Harry. Prince Harry. Prince Harry. Prince Harry. Is he being selfish?
I mean, she's so angry and triggered that her jaw pops. You hear that? You hear the way her jaw is popping? That's because she's so angered and triggered.
Prince Harry. Is he being selfish? Prince Harry. Is he being selfish?
Do you think she's wearing dentures?
Harry. Is he being selfish? Is he being selfish? I ask this.
Yeah, I'm starting to clock some dentures, allegedly. Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness, look at how scary that one is. Look at how scary that one is. That's that one who thought she was Charlie's Angels wearing that jumpsuit when she looked more like the Pillsbury Doughboy, or like the Crackerjack Kid, or like Skipper from Gilligan's Island. Yeah, that one. Oh, what a monster. Anyway, enough of those riffraff. As ever. Anyway, that is William. And of course, that is his uncle, Andrew, the sick old man. We're going to talk about them very soon. But before we do that, I want you to hear the very wise words of James O'Brien. My brother from another mother, James O'Brien. I call him Bruh Jim. Bruh Jim. What up, Bruh Jim? Bruh Jim. With his very wise words.
They are not special, far from it. But if they're not special, why does our country treat them as if they were born better than us? And I don't mean socially better. I mean inherently, intrinsically, innately better than us. I do actually hate that. I remember when my first daughter was born and they love Disney princesses. They all love Disney princesses. Everybody loves Disney princesses, some more than others. And I remember thinking, this is really bad. It didn't sort of make me burn the DVDs or rip up the costumes or anything like that. But I do remember thinking, God, I'm teaching my daughter, I'm teaching my little baby girl to kind of revere a system in which the biggest rewards are reserved for accidents of birth rather than effort or achievement, decency or goodness.
Like I said, the very wise James O'Brien, Bruh Jim. Bunny Rose, hello. Thank you so much for being here. Zabeda Ali, thank you for being here. Cookies and cream. You know what? Before I do that, I think I have some more James O'Brien. Let me go ahead and do that first.
What is today actually about? It's a reminder that all of it is a man-made edifice. The medieval arguments about a divine right of kings or monarchs being appointed by God, I don't think anybody really subscribes to that anymore. And if they do, they are respectfully too bonkers to pay any attention to. But it's all entirely confected, the whole shebang. The idea that someone can live in a 30-mansion house for free simply by dint of the fact that a long-distant foreign ancestor slid into an empty seat called a throne at some fortuitous point in history, and his successors and children, grandchildren are dedicated to one thing and one thing only: because the royal family only have one job, and that is to survive. That's it. The only job the royal family has is to protect the ludicrous system at which they sit at the very top.
That's it, and that's all. Their only job is to survive, nothing else. There is no real purpose for them. They're figureheads, and they don't even get that right. I don't think James O'Brien is a Republican in the British sense of Republican, but I think he's very pragmatic. And I believe that he is, like so many other people, struggling to find a valid reason for any family to have the level of privilege that the royal family has in modern times. I mean, otherwise, they make great symbols, but not at that cost. The price is too high. It's not fair. If it's not fair to everybody, then it shouldn't be available to anyone. That's how I see it. So here's another one right here. You probably recognize Richard Fitzwilliams there on the right side. He became very frustrated with the gentleman with the blue necktie there. I'll let you listen. It's from Good Morning Britain. You really need to watch it yourself so you can see the very expressive faces that they made. But in the meantime, I'll let you have a listen. It was pretty cool, too.
Surely, this is a debate about the monarchy, not just one entitled imbecile, and also
The entitled imbecile being
being Andrew, obviously.
Right,
But
there are many candidates.
No, but the facts are surely you're looking at an institution that goes back 1,200 years in our history, and it's known difficult times before. Certainly, this is a crisis. I'm not disputing it, and I would suggest that in the 1990s, when the Waleses, after all, these were the future king and queen, that was in fact a war between
What is
them.
alleged about Andrew? So much worse than a divorce.
No. I'm getting my
So much worse.
I'm getting my
It's
opening
insulting to
statement
compare the
in
two.
which you did. The Waleses was a tough war, just as the abdication in the 1930s. That was the future king. But what has the monarchy got to offer us? This is my case, which please let me continue.
It's good.
Firstly, no.
Scandal,
Firstly, it is a matter of soft power. You say it's clapped out.
What is soft
when
power?
In point of
Can you
fact,
define it?
if you
Can you define what soft power is?
What you see is every country, whether it's the Vatican or whether it is
Smallest country in the world.
France, Germany, they all want a link with Britain. Trump's state visit, it actually
What is
means
soft, Richard? What is
a
soft
tremendous
power?
amount.
There are headlines all over the world about a prince like Andrew, alleged to have done the things he's done, associated with us. And our head of state, the previous head of state, apparently covered this up. What is the soft power benefit of that? Do you think that when William and Kate were driving on their Land Rover through the Caribbean, do you think that was good soft power?
The soft power benefit is also the charitable benefit, and it's also, which you ignore in your article, the constitutional benefit of having an above party politics.
Ask Mrs. Thatcher if the Queen was above politics. If she were alive, she would totally
look at the political situation now, what you see is the Labour and Conservative parties at new lows. What you've got with the monarchy,
and the monarchy at new lows,
you've got consistency, and you've got a link with the past. You've got tradition, and you've got ceremonial. You forget
Richard,
that was the longest.
Yeah, so Richard Fitzwilliam, he was going to say that is the longest introduction. Richard Fitzwilliam is, well, he's not as sharp as he used to be. And so he was trying to say that, let me see, what was that he was saying? that that an unelected head of state that is above politics, but he almost couldn't get, well, he really didn't get it out properly. Well, that's what he meant to say. They say that the monarch is above politics, but if you ask Margaret Thatcher, was Queen Elizabeth above politics? No. If you ask anybody, has Charles ever been above politics? And of course, the answer is no. He's actually less political now than he was when he was Prince of Wales. When he was Prince of Wales, he wouldn't shut up. So he's actually toned it down a great deal since those old days when he was the Prince of Wales, firing off letters to everyone. Still, he receives as much protection, if not more, from, let's say, the scrutiny of the public because of politicians. They give him a lot of cover, just like they gave his mother a great deal of cover. 47% popularity is what the royal family has today. 47%. Now, if there was a referendum held tomorrow, I doubt if people would vote to rid themselves of the monarchy, because the media will go into a frenzy to make sure that they come up with some kind of storyline that they could adapt that would sow seeds of fear into the idea of ridding Britain of its monarch. However, I do recall years ago, I was at the Troop in the Colors in 2018, and I noticed how big the crowd was, right? I mean, it's one thing you see it on TV. When you're there, it's huge. And of course, it was exceptionally large because of what? Meghan's first Troop in the Color, Meghan's first opportunity to stand on that balcony. And I opened my big mouth and I said to a guy near me, I said, you know, this is not going to last, right? I said, when she's gone, all of this is going to go too. And he was like, you think so? I said, yeah, it's unsustainable. Now, I promise you, that is exactly what I said. A lot of people are under the impression that I'm some kind of a monarchist and that I'm in love with the royal family. And, you know, the royal family to me is like a soap opera. And for an American, it really is a novelty. It's nothing I would really want for myself. But I do understand if I grew up in that system, I might feel differently about it. But I wasn't born into that system. So I don't know anything intimately about the royal family. I'm an outsider looking in. But I don't see a practical reason for there to be a monarchy. It is interesting. It's even fun. But in modern times, it makes little sense. It does. It makes little sense. None whatsoever. The world could do without it. And the idea that people won't come to Britain anymore because they are coming to see the Queen, well, most people are not going to see the Queen unless they just happen to be there for Troop in the Colors or for some other ceremony. Otherwise, there are more tourists every year that go to the nation of France. There are more tourists every year that goes to Spain and Italy. The UK is not at the top of the tourism list. The big draw, of course, is London. London and Paris, they get about the same amount of tourists every year. Some years it's Paris, some years it's London. But overall, France receives more tourists than any other country in the world. You can look these numbers up if you want to. They get more tourists than any other country, followed by Spain and I think Italy, and so on. United States, I think we were in 6th place or something like that. We were behind the UK, I believe, maybe. But yeah, it's a huge misnomer to assume that people won't come to Britain if there aren't royals occupying these castles and palaces. That's not the case. People will show up anyway. As a matter of fact, you may even get more people without the British royal family haunting these halls. And that's just a fact. Not everyone is crazy about having a monarchy. Especially in most of the world, monarchies may represent tyranny. So someone asked for the island lady. Let me see if I can find her. It's been a long time since we've had the island lady. And we love the island lady. Where is she at? The island lady. And I love Prince Harry. I do.
And I love Prince Harry, and Prince Harry should be king. He should be king. Prince Harry, not William. William and all of them in there, Camilla is the wicked witch of the devil himself, because she is part of why Princess Diana is not here. I do not like them. I am from the islands, and we don't need them in the Caribbean. Get lost. Demolish the monarchy. This is 2023, okay? And I will support Harry 100%. I do feel for him. Yes, I do. And everything in the book is the truth. And Charles is the monster, not Harry. Harry is no monster, not Meghan. He's bringing the story out right now. They are evil people. They are not nice. Behind the wall, we all are one human being, and behind that wall there are no difference with me and you and any other Brits. Give the people back the money. They are just welfare recipients, living off the taxpayers of the British people. And the British people are stupid, supporting that nonsense monarchy. It is nothing. It's just a title. It means nothing, a title. I'm angry at them.
Oh boy, that never gets old. I love her. I love her. Okay. I believe anytime you control the military, you're political. The royals opened parliament and the prime minister met with the queen of king political. Yeah, I mean, I think that people assume that if things really ever got out of hand, that the monarch, and isn't that how they got the Magna Carta? They believe that the monarch is going to protect the people, right? That's like believing that this very well paid for election that we have in the United States, that the politicians are going to protect the people first, when the truth is they protect the corporations first. So all of those jewels, all of that property, you would think that, oh, well, maybe they can sell a few things so that some of these pensioners could heat their homes this winter. That's not going to happen. Maybe they can sell a few things so that they can subsidize meals. That's not going to happen. Or maybe the sovereign will dissolve parliament and have an election to get a new government in there that will think more about the people. That's not going to happen. None of those things are going to happen. The rich get richer and the poor become poorer. That is universal from one country to the next. The man with the last word is the man with the deepest pockets. Now, every so often, you'll find some philanthropist that has a lot of money and good intentions. But by and large, politicians, they say that politics is the last refuge of the incompetent. It's where incompetent people go because they can't make it anyplace else in life. I believe that. I believe that. Again, I have to say I owe Hazel Jones because I was the lone holdout, still believing in Queen Elizabeth, right? That she loved Harry and would not deliberately allow anything bad to happen to him. But I have been straightened out, and she pointed out the errors in my ways. She said Queen Elizabeth was notorious for hiding her hand. And if you don't know that expression, hide your hand, that means that you do some very mischievous things, like throw a rock at someone, and then you hide your hand and let them assume someone else did it. And as she was saying that, I could not help but think about that scene in The Crown, which of course is fictitious. However, I believe that scene was based on actual events. When Margaret decided, you know what, I'm going to give up smoking, I'm going to give up drinking, I'm going to give up all of those things that brought me pleasure. And I want to help this institution. I want to do something with my life. Because there wasn't a lot of options for Margaret, right? She was a princess of the realm. For a long time, she was number 2, first in line. And the Queen did not have the courage to confront her sister and tell her, thank you, but no thanks. What happened? The Queen invites her into an office, and in that space, there was the Queen and there was one of her courtiers. And he did all the talking. And he reminded her that the future belongs to, I think it was at the time they were saying the Prince Harry and Prince his brother. I think those were the ones that were the next generation, and of course Princess Diana, and that they would not need her help, that they don't need her to represent anything. Go back to needlepoint or whatever. And I kept thinking about that when Hazel Jones was talking. Now, again, that scene was fictitious, but it explains a lot when it comes to Princess Margaret's frustration. She really had no place after other royals were born. She really didn't have anything. When they became of age, there was no point to a Princess Margaret. Just, walk behind your sister. That was about it. So it made me think, yeah, in spite of Queen Elizabeth's advanced age, I do have to face the fact that that was very much in Elizabeth's character to pretend like she's on your side and then allow other people to destroy you. And who's to say she didn't do that with Harry? Old habits are tough to break, even if one is suffering from bone cancer. I hate to believe that that's possible, but I have to open my mind to it. So again, thank you, Hazel Jones. I've been very entrenched with this idea because I just didn't want to believe that old woman could be so diabolical. But absent any other explanation, maybe that is just what it is, the truth. Yeah, I will accept that that is, in all likelihood, the truth. That Elizabeth, Alexandra, something, something, Mary, Peter, Paul, whatever her name was, could not really do these things for herself. She would have other people do the dirty work. So that way she gets to look like the good guy. Yeah. And who knows, that whole thing with the letter, maybe that was to protect her legacy. Maybe that was just something used to try to give cover while she allowed protection to be removed. Something to think about. Anyway, there you go. And that is what's so important about the Sussex Squad, is that we're not a monolith. We all come from different places. We all have different ideas. But I tell you, I learned so much every day I do this work. And also, I have to stress again, thank you for trusting me to do this work. That trust means a lot to me. All right. Again, there was that exchange. I don't know who the guy with the blue necktie is, but he definitely. Oh, do I have something else? Hold on. I think I may have a second part to that. Oh, yes, I do. I do. There's this one. Yeah.
The next three monarchs, including this one, are confused and cloyed.
Okay. Let me do this and then we'll move on.
Our monarchy is totally clapped out. It's exhausted. It's thinning out. The next three monarchs, including this one, are confused and cloistered men who don't really understand the world that we live in. And I think that if they had any sense after this scandal, they would simply abdicate and let us turn this very sad moment, quite a grim moment for our country, into something fun and imaginative and interesting.
Are they more cloistered than previous monarchs? Did Henry VIII or Edward II or Queen Victoria, were they more of the people?
I think they had a closer connection to reality. I think the fact that Andrew, since 2010, when we started to learn about his connections with Epstein, has been allowed to hold quite important government jobs, has been allowed to live in a gigantic mansion. Not, he should be packed out to a shed in the Outer Hebrides, and instead, at all times, he's been supported by this family. It's
but I mean, huge amounts of tax revenues coming in because of the tourist attraction of Buckingham Palace and the House of Windsor, and we don't have to have a directly elected national president like they have in America or in France. Isn't that much better?
I mean, I think a potted plant would be better than the current monarch, actually, if we put it on a throne. Our monarchy is totally clapped out.
I think a potted plant would be better than what we have right now. A potted plant. That is rich. Let me see here. Tourism. Do I have that? I'm trying to see if I have those numbers handy. Do I have those numbers handy? Let me see. Maybe it's tourist. The place was so boring, filled with other towners touring. I wonder why. He's the greatest dancer. I wonder why that I've ever seen. Most visited. Is that it? Let me see. Nope. 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 I am trying to find the most visited countries. I know I got that in my oh, I think I found it. Okay. Take a look at this. Now, this is, I think this was 2019. Yes, it is. Top 10 countries most popular with tourists by the numbers of 2019. Now, the reason why I have 2019 is because of the global pandemic. For about 3 years, there was nothing to share. So I think this is still pretty accurate. Let's go with it. Except the United States. We know why the United States is the way it is. But France, 90 million people, nearly 100 million people visited France in 2019. And that was the height of tourism. I believe tourism has recovered to the point where it exceeds this number and then some. Spain, second place. The United States was very popular. We were in third place in 2019. China, 65 million. Italy, 65 million. Turkey, 51. Mexico, 45. Thailand, 39. Well, let's just say 40. Germany, 40. And of course, the United Kingdom, 40 million people. See there? United Kingdom all the way in 10th place. And if that's what you get because of the royal family, imagine what would happen if the royal family wasn't there. I think there would even be more popularity. I really do. Because more would be available. Right now, you can only, well, when Buckingham Palace was available to tourism, it wasn't open year round. And you could not really see as much. But if you open up that house and if you make it available for weddings or other events, it's a museum. It should be treated like a museum. Get the royal family out of there. Yes, ceremonial occasions, fine. But otherwise, they don't need that house. It's just another residence and costing more money to the British taxpayers. That time has come and gone. Time to go. I'm going to read some of your comments. Harry said he asked his grandmother about naming baby Lily after her. She was fine with it. Yet she remained silent when Lily was relentlessly abused for being named Lilybet. Yes, cookies and cream, you're absolutely right. And that was abhorrent. That was wrong on so many levels. That was very wrong. Leg says, let's not forget they tried to give ruthless Kate some credit too, just like they did when the Sussexes were planning to moving, as well as relocating. May vary. Recollections may vary. I think that Kate is the fall person. Oh yeah, yeah. I think they pin a lot of stuff on Kate. Kate is perfect cover for William. Let's see. Compton Cali Gal. Let's see. Yes, yes, and yes. As I said so many times, you can go as far as Backstairs Billy and you can go even further than that. If people who have been, let's say, assaulted while in service of the royal family would speak out, the UK would be a republic this time next month. If the true story of what has happened in that royal household, calling Meghan a bully when so many members of that family has run over staff people time and time again, have chased away staff, and that so many of the senior staff members who have been abusive to some of the junior staff members, and I do mean abusive in every way you can imagine. There is a hell of a story there. This is why you cannot trust the Royal Rota. This is why you cannot trust the British tabloid media. They are not interested in the truth. They are there as an extension of the royal family's PR wing. And that's all they are. They will never tell the truth. They are sitting on top of a gold mine. They're sitting on top of a gold mine. And if things ever really got hard, they could actually get the sales of these tabloids in the stratosphere if they delivered to the world the truth about the royal family. Excluding Harry, excluding Meghan, and just focus on those others. There's a lot of money there. They are leaving money sitting on the table. Every day that they do not report that, that is leaving money on the table. I promise you. And there's a lot of it. And as you let me do the end part of that again, where he says the tourism.
Because of the tourist attraction of Buckingham Palace and the House of Windsor, and we don't have to have a directly elected national president like they have in America or in France. Isn't that much better?
I mean, I think a potted plant would be better than the current monarch, actually, if we...
So yeah, the guy with the glasses, he's the one who's saying that we don't have to have a directly elected president. It's a game of bait and switch. We pretend like the monarch runs the country when it's actually a bunch of politicians over at Westminster that's doing it. Okay, let's continue. Oh, this was good. This was good. Oh, you guys, this was very good. You know, this is that lady that interviewed Andrew, the sick old man.
To be honest, that I had not properly understood, and I think many in the media had not properly understood, was that Prince William was not actually the one driving this. We'd all understood that the real sort of heft of this move came from Prince William. I was told last night that it is Prince William, actually, who's most concerned about the state of his uncle's mental health, something that he takes very seriously. His work, Kate's work, has been very close to the issues of mental health. And I was also told that there was a bit of discomfort, maybe that's too strong. There was a bit of nervousness from the siblings, from Prince Edward, from Princess Anne, who didn't want their eldest brother to go too hard on their other brother, Andrew. But it was the king himself who had nerves of steel. And again, contrary to what we read in the newspapers, I heard that originally there was extremely strong pushback from Andrew, who was trying to find every means and every reasons he could to resist this. And when I asked last night what brought Andrew around, I was told that the monarch had simply made him see the ultimate threat. In other words, and this is a phrase that was used to me, I don't think it's the words that the king used, you'll topple us all. In other words, Andrew did not want that on his shoulders. The idea was that the king had put to him something in the tenor of, would your mother really want to see you putting at risk the whole establishment? Which I think goes back to the chat that we had earlier this week, which is about how public perception and public mood was way ahead of certainly where Parliament was, where MPs were, and even where the palace, possibly even where the king was. And they suddenly got this sense that things were, I mean, not precarious. It wasn't like the whole thing was going to end overnight, but the questions were being raised in the public's imagination. And the king thought he had to move decisively and fast. And he had to make Andrew see that this was, yes, possibly an existential moment.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely fascinating what you've gleaned from your contacts, Emily. Particularly, this isn't just about Andrew and the problem of Andrew and it just being about him. It's about all of them. And that unless they did something very, very dramatic, then all of them could be in some kind of jeopardy as a result of it.
A Pandora's box. Connie Bomber! Just as I said, Pandora's box, there you are. And me with a box I have not opened yet. Not until my birthday, which is what? Monday. Okay. So that's Emily Mankis. Is that her name? I heard there was strong pushback from Andrew, who was trying to find every means he could to resist. The monarch had to make him see the ultimate threat or something like that. Lake says, how much does Anne and Edward pay for their homes? You know what? Like they said, once you start pulling on that thread, the whole thing may come apart. Yeah, that is a good question. Queen Elizabeth could be very, very generous with her children. And I do believe what causes that is a great deal of guilt over the fact that Charles, the heir, inherits a fortune. And the rest of them, they will live in less splendor. They will live with less money. They will never, ever be equals with the heir in terms of financial or status where that's concerned. They will never be equals. They won't even come close. And so the queen wanted to make sure that everybody, all of her children, that is, got as much as possible out of the available treasure. Also, there was a time when the royal family members living in the other Grayson favors, especially Kensington Palace, they were not paying so much money. And I believe one of the politicians in Parliament had made a comment or something that led to members like the Kents, Princess Michael and Prince Michael of Kent. They used to have a country home, but they had to sell it because they were paying market rate or something close to market rate for their Kensington Palace apartment. So it was either give up one or give up the other, but you can't afford both now. And there was a sweetheart deal pretty much for every member of that family. And I do believe at some point for the extended family, once there was some stink made about it. Has anybody else heard that before? Hazel Jones, maybe? Wasn't there a time when the family members at the Kensington Palace were paying a lot less than the market value, and then of course some comment or something, and all of a sudden they began to raise the rents on everyone in the family. Cookies and Cream says Queen Liz was head of state. Nothing went on without her knowledge. She allowed a racist satire depicting Meghan as a angry stereotypical, that is, black woman. Oh yeah, I remember that one. And you know what? Do you remember when was it ITV? Remember or was it Sky News? Remember they had that thing with Annie Leibovitz where they had the Queen stomping through the palace, and I told them no, what do you think this is? Remember that? And the Buckingham Palace complained to them, and they removed it, but there was no complaint forthwith for Meghan. So you're absolutely right, Cookies and Cream. When they put their foot down about Queen Elizabeth, who at the time was, in good health and good spirits, they made a stink about how she was depicted, and rightly so, because they had actually manipulated things. They mixed they edited the film so that it looked like she was complaining about Annie Leibovitz, when actually she wasn't angry. She was commenting about something else. And yeah, so if they had enough gumption to go after the tabloid media, or not, well, for one of the news channels for something like that, then how come they never ever found it within them to defend Meghan? They never defended Meghan, ever. Leg says, how much does Anne and Ed? Oh, I'm sorry, I did that already. Did I give you a bell? Uh-oh, there you go. Thank you so much. Yeah, they don't want them to dive into those finances, because Lord knows what they'll come up with. Anne's house was purchased for her. Edward has a royal lease. I got another question too. How did Prince Philip have 30 million pounds by the time he died? Where did 30 million pounds come from? Hazel says Prince and Princess Michael paid peppercorn rent for apartment 10, but were not working royals half the time. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I don't know where I saw that story before, but they were saying that the public somehow found out about the incredibly low rent that so many of the extended family members were paying in the world's poshest housing estate, or housing projects, as we call it in the U.S. And if I recall, the Kents had their rent increased. But I might be wrong. I thought I saw that somewhere, but I'm not sure. Now I'm starting to doubt myself. Oh, okay. So the Queen started paying their rent. Then they had to pay it themselves. Got it. That's what I recall. Thank you so much. So that was part 1 of 2, I think. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. It was something that they had said about the Kents, and they weren't the only ones, but I believe there was some type of shock in the public that some of the royals were getting away with paying, as they say, the peppercorn rent. And well, people complained. People started complaining. And so the rent was subsidized by the Queen. Yeah, Queen Elizabeth could be quite generous with family. I'll give her this much. She would protect some people more than others. And she believed in having a larger family, and she believed in supporting a larger family. Now, was it fair across the board? Of course not. But she also did not believe in a slim down monarchy. That was Charles. And she didn't stand in the way of Charles and his slim down monarchy either. Let's see. Is William even concerned about his own mental health? How can he be concerned about someone else's mental health? Zakoy, thank you so much for saying that, because I meant to discuss this and I totally let that slip past and forgot to mention it. And that was this whole thing about concern over Andrew's mental health. Once again, someone else in the family, or not even someone in the family, a lot of people in the tabloid media are given protection, and they base a lot of the defense on their mental health. They were worried about Kate's mental health. They were worried about what's his name, um, Philip Schofield. They were worried about his mental health. They were worried about the guy who announced the Queen's death, whatever his name was. They were worried about his mental health. But there was no concern for Carolyn Flack's mental health, no concern for Meghan's mental health, no concern for the vast amount of people, the countless people whose lives had been exploited, whose stories have become fodder for the tabloids. There was no concern for their mental health, but they worry about certain family members who torment other people. They worry about people in the media who otherwise has tormented other people. Everybody's worried about their mental health, but they could see the obvious decline in Carolyn Flack. And even if they were not writing the stories, not one person stood up for her in the media. And as for Princess Diana, they watched Princess Diana being picked apart day after day after day. And no one in the media cared. None of them. They were plotting and conspiring against her. And I asked this question over and over again. How could people that have watched Prince Harry grow up, they saw this boy become a man, they saw him walking behind his mother's coffin, they saw him being exploited by his father and by the spin doctor and by his stepmother. They know the pain and the anguish that he went through. They know that he served his country, bravely served his country. They know of all of the good that he have done in this world in terms of philanthropy and humanitarian work. And yet, they constantly plot against him. They lie about him. They attack his wife and his children and his mother-in-law. And none of them asked the question, do you think we've gone too far? I'm just concerned about his mental health. When it comes to Harry's mental health, the only concern that they have is Meghan affecting him? Is he getting some bad advice? Is he surrounded by bad actors in the US? That's all that they ever mention for mental health. But they will not turn it inward and examine themselves and say, are we going too far? They're not going to ask that question. And they certainly are not going to defend him on that score. Oh, the Daily Fail was attacking the Kents almost daily. It started with Prince and Princess Michael. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Oh, really? Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, see, this is why William lacks insight. All the things he thinks he will do to Harry's family will open up a can of worms for him and his family. I'm hearing on the radio people asking about how much rent does William pay. Yeah, you guys, Prince Philip said that every royal family in Europe that has you know um, has been deposed, it did not come from the people that hate them. It did not come from the people who oppose them. It comes from the people who love them the most. The people who had the most respect were the ones that were more likely to chase them out of the monarchy or to eliminate the monarchy. It's always those who has the most enthusiasm, because when they turn on you, it is a very ugly thing. It gets very ugly. Oh, thank you. Yes, Hugh Edwards and Philip Schofield, those two. They were worried about their mental health. And you know, as much as I love Oprah, and I do love Oprah, Oprah was more concerned about her good girlfriend than she was about the woman who was badgered, and I say who was, I can't even say that word because I'm going to allege, who was mentally abused. I'm going to allege mental abuse against Kobe Bryant's friend, the WNBA player, who was in tears when um, Gayle King started asking her about Kobe Bryant's history pertaining to that assault. I'll just say assault. Gayle King didn't ask Kobe Bryant while he was alive. No. Gayle King didn't even talk about it while Kobe Bryant was alive. She waits until Kobe Bryant is dead, and then she wants to get Kobe Bryant's dear friend on the record about the accusations, which of course Kobe Bryant, they threw that case out of court, right? The case was settled financially. And Gayle King was very dogged in her pursuit of getting this girl on the record. She wasn't Kobe Bryant's wife. She never accused Kobe Bryant of anything. She was his friend. And that is why so many people had turned against Gayle King, if you don't remember that. And what did Oprah do? Oprah goes on the CBS morning show. And they said, how is Gayle? Is she okay? See, they turned it around and made Gayle the victim. And Oprah fed right into it. No, she's not okay. And she's not able to sleep. I bet you Vanessa Bryant wasn't sleeping either after the way that Gayle King stirred up a whole bunch of old business about something that had been settled long before that helicopter went down. It was just unnecessary abuse. She left that girl in tears. And Gayle King was wrong for that. And as much as I love Oprah, as much as I love Gayle King, they were wrong. They were wrong. And whatever consequences came along with that, whether it was a sleepless night, whether it was being verbally abused, I don't care. You shouldn't have did what you did. You should not have done that. And you were wrong, Gayle King. Wrong. But I'm using this as an example to show you how it gets turned around. Kate Middleton, who had been so abusive to Meghan, gets to be the victim. She can be the abuser and the victim. She gets to play both roles, abuser and a victim. She has been trying to antagonize and humiliate Meghan for a long time, I allege. Dressing up like her and doing little things behind the scenes, plotting against her, allegedly, along with their courtiers. And then when it comes down to it, who's the victim? Kate. Kate made Meghan cry, but then they turned the story around. And then when Kate has her precancerous cells, after ruining that photo with a bunch of unnecessary editing, after disappearing for 172 days without a logical explanation, what happened? Victoria Newton says, no, she's not okay. And that's why I wrote that article, Back Off Kate. Leave Kate alone. You use Kate to abuse Meghan. The tabloid uses Kate, pitting woman against woman. They use Kate to abuse Meghan. But if the public decides Kate is the laughing stock, if the public is critical of Kate Middleton, they circle the wagons and everybody's worried about her mental health. They ain't give a damn about Meghan. They dehumanize Meghan. They look upon Meghan like she's a monster. They talk about Meghan like she's a monster. Like she has done something so terrible. And Kate, they put her in cotton wool and protect her from anything and everybody. You cannot criticize her. Was that her name, Ann Curry? Oh, you mean the news lady, Ann Curry. I remember Ann Curry. They overlooked her for that job. Oh, Kay Kristen, what I'm speaking of, after Kobe Bryant's death, Gayle King wanted to interview a WNBA player that was friends with Kobe Bryant. I forget the girl's name. And then during the questioning, suddenly it turned very dark. And she started asking this girl about Kobe Bryant being accused of assault. I'm choosing my words carefully. At that hotel, assault. Now, that case was settled out of court. I won't even go into the gory details of it, but most people agree that it was a money grab, that this was something that was more like a plot than anything else. Kobe paid the money and he paid for this person to go away. And that person, who was an employee of the hotel, will never have to work again. That's how much money they got. So most people in the world had moved on from that story. And Kobe had done a lot of things to reform or recover or whatever, to fix things, to let people know I'm not a monster. I'm the dad of what, one, two, three, four girls or whatever. And he encouraged his daughter's basketball career. All around good guy, a mentor, a coach to children, everything. All the things that he was before that situation. But all of a sudden, he had this cloud over his head. Now I'm explaining this as best I can. But Gayle King started asking about that situation after Kobe Bryant's death. And people like Snoop Dogg, everyone who ever loved Kobe Bryant, I mean, truly loved him, his friends, they were very upset. And so Snoop Dogg said some things that sounded like a threat toward Gayle King. And so the feminists decided that that was way out of line and that he shouldn't have done that. His mother made him apologize. Snoop Dogg's mother made him apologize. And it was not a very kind or considerate, or it was not a very dignified way to speak to or about a woman, even if you're angry. So all of a sudden, the world forgot what Gayle King did, and all they could think about was how she was treated so badly by Snoop Dogg. But what Gayle King did was absolutely disgusting. She had this girl in tears, pretty much harassing her to get her on the record about something she had nothing to do with. And the girl said, "Well, you know, he was acquitted." No, he wasn't acquitted. He settled. And the tenacious way that she went after, I mean, it was dogged. It was brutal. Honestly, it was brutal. And she left this girl in tears. This girl is already mourning the loss of his of her friend. And Gayle King, someone that she, knew from television. Everybody loves Gayle, right? She's like everybody's auntie. Gayle King was being very abusive to this girl. She comes over like she was coming there to comfort this girl and to get this girl on the record to say some things about Kobe that we didn't know. He used to do this and he was so good at that and he was a real nice guy. But instead, Gayle King wants to get all back into this thing about that lawsuit. It was very ugly, it was cruel, and it was mean. And I lost respect for Gayle King that day. I tolerate her because she's been very good to the Sussexes. But Gayle King is an asshole, plain and simple. Antoinette Kennedy. Okay, his mother, his grandmother. What's with the capital letters? Ah, you don't have to yell. Okay, it was his grandmother. I don't know. Anyway, that is what happened. And it was awful. So I explained it as best I could. But Gayle King and Oprah Winfrey seem to have a really bad habit of, I guess, going after rich, famous black men, calling them on the carpet or outing them for certain things. And yet at the same time, they can go to a party with some of the most despicable people in Hollywood, and they'll never do anything or say anything to hurt their feelings or to humiliate them publicly. It seemed like they had reserved that for black men. And so, the Michael Jackson special and all those kind of things, people have really started questioning their blackness. And, well, there you have it. And that is why people started giving Gayle King the side eye. Well, that's one of the reasons. Gayle King had the thing with R. Kelly. And this is not a question of whether they were innocent or guilty, but do you only go after your own race? Are there any other people out there that you want to bring to the court of public opinion, or do you just save that for black men? So, yeah, it was just one of those things. Anyway, I hope that helped. But yeah, it was it every time I thought about it, I just got angry all over again. If you did not have the courage to ask Kobe Bryant when he was alive, do not badger and abuse his closest friends after his death. And also have consideration for his wife, who stood behind him, who worked out whatever issues that was caused by these accusations, because she's mourning too. Not to mention the rest of the family, who is dealing with the sudden death of Kobe Bryant and his daughter, not to mention the other passengers in the helicopter. And all you could think of to talk about is that? That was just, I don't think I would ever be able to forgive Gayle King for that. Yeah, that was very painful. Very, very painful. And then Oprah goes on television the next day. Well, is Gayle okay? Because everybody looked at Gayle like the victim. Gayle became the victim. No, she's not okay. And she's not able to sleep. Gayle has humiliated this girl. Gayle has dragged Kobe Bryant's corpse through the mud. And all you could think about is Gayle can't sleep? What Gayle did was so uncalled for. It was brutal. I mean, she really dug in. But I just want to get you on the record. Get her on the record for what? Kobe Bryant is dead. What difference does it make? but she just wouldn't let it go. And so this girl is in tears. And before that, I'm sure that she loved and trusts Gayle King. After all, that's Oprah's best friend. I didn't know Gayle King was capable of doing something as horrible as that. Now I know. Gayle King has had a charmed existence. And it continues. And this poor girl who's lost a friend, not to mention the rest of Kobe Bryant's family, had to watch this publicly being questioned by someone everybody trusts, Gayle King, igniting the whole painful ordeal again. And I'm just like, oh, Gayle King, why are you doing that? Why? But she did. So anyway, I'm sorry to bring all of this up because, but I was saying it to make a point, and it was very, very painful and uncalled for. But I'm using that as an example how someone can be so abusive. And then if that turns on them, then all of a sudden they are so adept at playing the victim. And the person or persons that they have abused, they get to be the bad guy. You know, I believe that, okay, without going too deep into it, but if you know, you know. They say that there's a certain plot, if you will, to go after certain people. And that plot is initiated by, other people. And that Gayle and Oprah are just useful idiots. They are tools used to bring down their own people. Now, I don't want to believe that, but that's what some people have said. That has been, during the time, Black Twitter and all kind of content creators, they were really dragging Oprah and Gayle. Now, fortunately, one of the interviews, or not interviews, but one of the documentaries that Oprah was working on, she decided, you know what? I don't think I want to talk about that. I think it was Russell Simmons or something like that. Didn't she abruptly drop that? I wonder why. If you're going to do something like that, make sure that it's fair. But if all you got to talk about is other Black people, in particular, Black men, then people are going to give you the side eye. People are going to question your motives. Yeah, people are going to question your motives. Well, now you're on to something there, Black Lily. You're on to something. That's one of the motivations that has been thrown around. That is one of those motivations. Whatever it is or it is not, I think it's a disgusting way to make money. It really is. Which is why I am so bothered by some of the Black women content creators. As cruel as this world is to Black women, that they choose to go after Meghan And I've listened to a couple of them, and it's a lot of things that they just don't know. They don't have much information and they don't care. Like the one content creator, she said, "Why would Meghan post a picture of Harry? The one that she posted for his birthday where he's looking like what was that movie? Top Gun? Ruggedly handsome and everything. Why would she post a picture of him looking like that? She's trying to humiliate him." Seriously? And the person, she said, "I don't know where that picture came from." She didn't know anything about the picture. If she was well versed in all things Harry and Meghan, she would know. But she doesn't know because she doesn't care to know. She will gladly pick up those talking points from the tabloid media and parrot every remark. But she doesn't care to really learn anything. And so they know very little, but they are very adept at being critical. So interesting. Okay, let us move on. But you're right, Black Lily. It's a performance. She's performing. They both do. No plans to remove Andrew from the line of succession after losing royal titles. No, there are no plans to do that. It would be very complicated. It would lead to a debate in Parliament, and there's no appetite for that. So, not likely to be removed. Okay. Let me go. Let me see. Yeah, you could look at it like that, but she's been getting by for a long time, and wherever this lets off, Oprah finds something for her to do. Remember, before she went to CBS, she was Oprah's editor at large. Oprah had set her up in New York, right? Oprah had a New York office. And this is while the Oprah Winfrey show was still going. And when Gayle King was, not at CBS, she was working with Oprah. She had a position with Oprah, which is okay. I mean, if I was friends with Oprah, that is, I would want a nice little setup too. So nothing wrong with that. But yeah, it took, and also CBS. Y'all know Oprah owns stock in CBS, and I do mean a lot of it through King World. Part of Oprah's pay when she had the Oprah Winfrey show, she received stock options um, from King World. So Oprah made more money from stock options than she ever made from a salary because she was the executive producer, and producers make the money. Gayle King is still over O Magazine. Oh, see there? Um, yeah, Gayle King is going to be okay. Thank you for your comment. Gayle King is going to be okay. This is just them getting rid of anybody who is, as they say, too woke. That's all it is. But she's been she's been there for over 10 years. So she ain't losing nothing. If anything, she'll make more money when Oprah finds her something else to do. Oh, Okay, here's the explanation right here. Why number 10 won't remove Andrew from the line of succession. As we reported in the post below, the government has confirmed it has no plans to pass a law to formally remove Andrew from the line of succession. It means that while he no longer has the title of a royal, he will still technically be eighth in line to the throne. Passing a law to change that would be complex. And they literally would have to write a bill and debate it to make it happen. And while they're debating him, it will open up a debate for the entire family. Let me see here. It means that while he is no longer technically eighth in line for the throne, passing a law to change that would be complex, as it would require consent of 14 Commonwealth realms, including Australia and Canada. Craig Prescott, constitutional expert at Royal Holloway University, says that might not be a box. Wait a minute. Says that might not be a box the palace wants to open, as it could fan the flames of Republican movements in some of those countries. Robert Hazel, any relation? Robert Hazel, professor of government and constitutional, and the Constitution at the University College London, says the last time the government made changes to the secession laws, it took 2 years of protracted negotiation. That was to remove the rule that that male children would take precedence over female children. So essentially, that was that time when Charlotte was born. Unlike with Princess Anne, Charlotte would keep her line in succession instead of being kicked back one position for her brother, Louis, who is younger. She stays ahead of Louis. If she was born first, then she would be the next in line. See how that works? Other countries have done that too. So that's all it is. But it took 2 years for them to pass a law to make that possible. So if it took 2 years to do that, they're assuming that it'll take a long time to get things straightened out as far as Andrew is concerned. And they don't want to be bothered with that. That was to remove the rule that the male children would take precedence over the female children. Hazel says the UK government will not want to invest that sort of time and effort in making the change, and also ask Commonwealth governments to do the same. There's another complication. Laws going through Parliament can be amended. For example, one MP could try to amend the bill to remove Prince Harry from the line of succession. The government won't want to go there. Oh yeah, you can. What's that? You can't have open a can of worms. All right. So that is why. It'd be more trouble than what it's worth. All right. So William is king in all but name after masterminding Andrew's disgrace. King Charles vacillated on the Andrew question for 3 years. William fixed it in 2 weeks after being appalled by his father's handling of the affair. Tom Sykes. Tom Sykes talks out of both sides of his mouth. Tom Sykes is obviously being briefed by Kensington Palace. I'm going to allege that. He seems like he's being briefed directly from Kensington Palace. Zandy Sussex says, right on cue, friends of Prince William, aka Willie Macbeth himself, are out undermining King Charles and anointing Willie as the true king. Having a son like William truly is a Shakespearean tragedy. Charles got the treacherous heir he deserves. Oh, there you go. Thank you for that. Okay, so friends of Prince William have told the royalists that the heir to the throne masterminded the operation to evict Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor from the Royal Lodge in the teeth of what he saw as his father's weakness in the teeth. Is that what that says? Yeah. And vacillation on the matter. Palace statements and supporting briefing documents issued to the media yesterday sought to position Charles as the author of the decision to strip Andrew of all his titles and remove him from the palatial property. I guess it comes down to who do you want to believe? Do you want to believe these leaks and briefs from Williams people? Or do you want to actually assume that the actual king was the one who established this? I don't think William had anything to do with it. William is posturing. William and Charles are not close. They have never really been that close, especially after William became an adult. The trip to Scotland that they framed as an annual trip for the monarch to spend time with the heir, turns out that William went on a hunting or a shooting party trip or whatever. It had very little to do with Charles. That's the word on the curb. That William did not go up there to spend time with Charles. And even if they said that that's what he was doing, it was Tom Sykes, of all people, who said that that was not the case. Now, if William and Tom Sykes or someone from Kensington Palace has a relationship with Tom Sykes, then that information was deliberately put out there to undermine the king. For what reason? I don't know. But I guess William just don't want people to think that he's that close to his father, or that he doesn't want people to believe that he is dependent upon his father. This is the same William who says that he wants to be a royal with a small r. This is the same William who constantly talks about how he's going to do things different. By him saying that at this moment means that he doesn't believe that his father is effective. He doesn't believe that his father is qualified, or he doesn't believe his father is doing a good job. Otherwise, why would you constantly speak about everything you want to change? It is really in bad taste. His father allegedly is terminally ill. Right? This is what has been alleged, is that he's terminally ill. If that is the case, wouldn't your time be better spent at your father's side? Wouldn't your time be better spent assuring the public of continuity But instead, he's running around telling everybody that he's going to do things different. The only thing I've ever heard Charles express about the difference between his reign compared to his mother while she was still alive, he just said slim down monarchy. I don't know that there was any other thing that he mentioned was not good enough or that he would change. But William, he won't stop a talking. Almost every week, there's some kind of briefing about something that needs to change. The press accused the Sussexes of elder abuse. Do you guys remember that? Especially when it came to naming Lily. That was supposed to be elder abuse. Rather than a compliment or an expression of love, they tried to frame it as elder abuse. I think what William is doing could be framed as abusive, and yet they say nothing. The press says nothing. Ooh, what I miss? What I miss? Ooh, okay. Someone just as wicked as he is. Thank you for that. Okay. All right, let me continue. Let's see. Zandy Sussex posted these as well. Okay. A friend of the Prince of Wales says that William stepped in after being left dismayed by the deal announced 2 weeks ago, which saw Andrew lose the use of his Duke of York title, but crucially kept Royal Lodge and continued as a prince. This has nothing to do with William. Charles was heckled the other day and humiliated. This has nothing to do with William. Charles acted because he doesn't want to get humiliated like that again. William is trying to use this as an opportunity to make himself look like the big man on campus. That's all. What I believe, they were saying that how is it you can say that it's almost impossible to take those titles away? How is it? And Tom Sykes is really horrible about this. Tom Sykes was saying that he couldn't understand why Charles would pretend like it's almost impossible. And then all of a sudden he comes back and say, we found another way. And he says that feels like deception or something like that. It's not deception. The other way was to simply give him more money. Give Andrew more money. Give him an alternative place to live, and he will leave. Now, how much money? A lot of money. Also, Charles appealed to Andrew, please leave, otherwise you're going to drag the entire institution down with you. And I believe that's all it is to it. Andrew has agreed, probably in writing, to accept gifts from the king in exchange for him leaving Royal Lodge. And that's all. Andrew is going to disappear into the Sandringham estate. There's a choice of maybe 4 properties or more. We don't know which one he's going to move into. Not likely Wood Farm. That's where his father lived. And I'm assuming that old Penny Natchbull is probably still there. I don't know. But William is trying to get as much mileage out of this as possible. It's really for an audience of one, because anything that William does is for Harry. Whatever he does, he always peeks out the corner of his eye to see what they're thinking in Montecito. And that's it. He just wants to look like he's tough and decisive. Charles did this himself. Charles does not want to be embarrassed again. They have not taken anything away from Andrew at this moment. Andrew is still everything he was last week and the week before that. The only thing that may be different is that in exchange for the gift, he will probably sign some document saying, I release the lease to this place, and I won't do this, and I won't do that. And that's the end of it. Parliament does not have to get involved. Andrew will not face the public humiliation in all likelihood. And he's going to walk away with a lot of money. And there may have also been some financial settlement for Sarah Ferguson. I don't think Sarah Ferguson walked away with nothing. I really don't believe that. Now, whether she gets something from Andrew or whether she gets something from Charles, I don't believe she's walking away with nothing. I just don't believe it. Let me see here. Oh, okay. That sounds interesting. No, I don't. Vivi Mac. Do you remember the 666 on Williams' head that was a prediction of Williams' reign? I do not. Yeah. You know, the thing is, Charles is not in the best of health, but also I believe Camilla is in bad shape. And so, whatever happens, William may find himself in very quick succession, not only ascending the throne, but also the possible, passing of his evil stepmother. And so, if he acts in a way that is not very considerate of that, I think that is going to define his reign, until it's over. Because there's a lot of people that are going to be very sympathetic in of the memory in memory of Charles, in spite of all of the horrible stuff that he's done. It is shocking that he waited so long to be king, only to uh, get a diagnosis that's so horrible they don't even want to tell us what it is. And so William had better tread lightly if he had any sense, which is not his style. But I think he's going to move too fast in the early days of his reign. And that's going to cause him a lot of problems that he is going to have to live with for the rest of his life. That's my prediction, is that he's going to do something really stupid early into his reign, and that's going to cause a lot of problems. I think the people that work for him are inexperienced. I don't suppose he's going to take any of his father's people. I don't think so. Possibly. If he does, it will be because Rupert Murdoch told him he better do it. It won't be his choice. If he keeps the courtiers, any of his father's courtiers, it will be because he was told he had better do it. Otherwise, I don't think that he would want to keep any of them. Yeah, Fergie would be crazy to walk away with nothing. Well, I mean, she's the mother of two princesses, two royal princesses. And that's got to mean something. Yes, yes. Where's my bell? Yeah. Why not open up an investigation on Andrew? And they still have time to do that. If they had time to investigate Meghan for doing nothing, why won't they investigate Andrew, who so many people have accused of being a horse's ass? By the way, guys, it is not too late. It is not too late to send out a birthday card or whatever, and to have it postmarked by November 3rd. Oh, by the way, happy birthday, Anne of Duchess of Success. It's her birthday. So if you're listening, happy birthday. Many happy returns of the day. Her birthday is the 1st of November. So yeah, that is the business address of Royal Sussex. What is it? Royal Sussex. Okay. Take a screenshot if you need it. Are we good? Good. Okay. Let me see. I think I'm going to skip all that. Zandy Sussex was nice enough to print out the Royalists, so we don't have to waste our money, you know. Anyway, that's Tom Sykes. Like I said, he talks out of both sides of his mouth. Well, William did threaten him, though. At least that's what they said. I have generally been a supporter of Beatrice and Eugenie, but I can't see how they remain princesses when their father is no longer a prince. They were grandchildren of the monarch in the male line. I thought you were a royal expert. Hello. Anyway, that is Richard Eden. Richard the Rat Eden. Richard is a complete rodent. Richard the Rat Eden. Don't you recognize those glasses? Yes, those are the Richard the Rodent Eden. A real rat, if I've ever seen one. A royal rat at that. He's a rat. Is she here? No? Anyway, but thank you for saying happy birthday to her. Well, if she shows up, we'll do a salsa for her. Let me see if she put a birthday card up on her community post. Let me see what she got going on over there. I cannot find her community. Why not? Oh, post. It says post now. No, she didn't put anything up for her birthday. Well, that's too bad. Oh, well. Yeah, you guys, don't forget to wish Anne a happy birthday. Oh, Richard Eden also is on the Palace Confidential. I forgot about that. I think he's wearing a different necktie. Yeah. He's on Palace Confidential. Oh, he needs to shave, right? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Well, if the male line is erased, how do they remain princess? The Duke of Windsor and any children he may have had were not in the succession, and the kids were not royal. Okay. Well, there you go. Andrew has been cast away to an island unto himself. That is the future for Andrew. Finally. As Lord Chancellor, David Lammy is responsible for maintaining the peerage role. Andrew is still eighth in line to the throne, behind Prince William, Prince George, Princess Charlotte, Prince Louis, Prince Harry, Prince Archie, and Princess Lilibet. The only way they could be removed from the line of succession would be through an act of parliament, but it would also require the consent of all other Commonwealth realms. Period. Banished. William's better world. Whatever. Fergie Epstein's fallout. Oh, the Windsors have opened a Pandora's box. I think we have discussed this as much as we really need to. So I'm going to skip that one for now. I think we've established that. Ugh. Prince William wasn't very close with Queen Elizabeth for decades, but their relationship evolved from formal to warm. What say you, Hazel? What say you? Let me see. I say that William and his granny were not close at all. Sonia Alexander, you are working at this hour. Very cool. Thank you for listening to Royal Sussex. Now, see, some people like these hours for a live. It's very practical for me because I'm usually so busy during the day. Okay. I think we're just about done, you guys. Check it out. No, actually, I still got a whole bunch of other stuff I almost forgot. You see that? That is a picture of Chicago. Beneath the clouds, the city of Chicago. If you look at that gold light at the bottom of the picture, that is the reflection of the skyline on Lake Michigan. And you can't see the skyline because of the cloud cover. Isn't that interesting? I knew you'd be impressed. And check this out. This is the best bathtub view in the world. Who would not love that view while you're taking a bath? A solid block of marble was carved into a huge bathtub. That's in that building that looks like a pencil. Prince William has seized control of the British monarchy, of the British royal family, from a dying King Charles. While I have genuine sympathy for the monarch, on a personal level, his weakness over Andrew, not to mention Harry and Meghan, has imperiled the future of the monarchy. His heirs know that. I cannot believe he would stoop so low to write a headline like that. That is disgusting. Quite disgusting. And I'm just surprised that no one has called him out about that. That is disgusting. I thought that it was a law against disgusting. I thought it was unlawful for the tabloids or anybody for that matter to discuss your health. Or maybe, I don't know. I just thought that was unlawful. Hazel Jones says, I think whatever is going on with William started a while back. He saw he was lazy and couldn't shake him out of it. Still, I believe he colluded with him against Harry and Meghan. Yeah, no doubt about that. No doubt about that. When he and Pa, right? When William and Pa went for a walk with Harry, he talks about that in Spare. they both were pretending to not understand why he and Meghan left. Now, in Charles' case, I could imagine Charles being that clueless because Harry said that Charles at the Sandringham meeting seemed to parrot everything that the tabloids said. But then again, when William came bursting through the door over at Nottingham Cottage, when he attacked Harry, Harry also said that William seemed to be quoting the tabloids. So both father and son speak about Meghan as though they are writers at a tabloid, or that they do nothing but, well, they do read the tabloids, don't they? But I just could not believe that they actually subscribe to that stuff. Educate You Too, thank you so much for the super sticker. This is my first super sticker for November. Yeah, that's my first super sticker for November, I think. But anyway, no, it's not, because I didn't start till midnight. Anyway, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you very much. What's that? Apparently, Charles used a royal warrant to remove the York peerage from the rolls. Wow. Let me see, Baron. Was it because lazy William was too lazy for her comfort? Queen Elizabeth II always had to send Prince Harry because Willie would not go. Yes. Yeah. Didn't Harry tell Oprah? He said that they would send him places that nobody else in the family wanted to go. And I'm pretty sure that that meant William. I'm sure that was exclusive to William. And as you see, now the Edinburghs, they specialize in going places that Harry used to go. Now that's their specialty. Okay. Let's see here. Is it Dag Skimmer? Oh, thank you very much for the super sticker. And thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. Woo! Is that Miss Jane Pittman? Is that a woman called Moses? Lord have mercy. It's Miss Jane Pittman. Look at the size of those nostrils. I feel like a little baby could fit his fist up in her nostril. I really do. I just sit here and I think of things that could completely disappear through those nostrils. Did she ever go to Studio 54? That looked like a Studio 54 nostril. I'm telling you, I could get a roll of Kennedy half dollars up each of those nostrils. They are huge. Like a Hoover. Her nostrils are so big, I feel like I'm looking down the barrel of a shotgun. I do. I feel like I'm looking down the barrel of an ancient musket. Oh boy, look at the trash that he hangs out with. Look at some of the trash that he hangs out with. That's Dan Wooten, who never lets an opportunity gets by. Never. There he is with that person on the left. And of course, Georgie Zadie. And there he is with the Marshmallow Man, the man who hoped to corner the market on painted marshmallows. That's quite a business model, isn't it? What are you going to do after college? I am going to corner the market on celebrity painted marshmallows. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get into painted marshmallows. That's quite a career choice. You leave university and go straight to painted marshmallows. No wonder the Middleton family are so horrible when it comes to business. You know, party pieces, they just got lucky because at the time, if you recall, anything that started with an 800 number, well, in the US, it was 800. Anything that had a toll-free number, it seemed like you could make money. You remember those days? 800 this, 800 that, a toll-free number, and you could make a fortune. So they just got lucky. Yes, yes, that's right. Harry went to New York. Oh, good night, Sussex Team Warrior. Thank you so much for spending time with us. We really, really do appreciate it. Oh, look at those monsters. Whose loyalty to her father is admirable. Now, when they say great American patriot, that means a right wing, ultra right wing, Brexit, MAGA type of person. That's what that means. Code name. And let us not forget, for his 40th birthday, Dan Wooten was at the same, well, should I say, Christian Jones, who, well, anyway, they pretend like they didn't know each other, right? But it was alleged that the leaks about the Sussexes concerning the exit from the UK, that those leaks may have been furnished by someone working for Will and Kate, who is in that photo right there, who seems to be friends with Dan Wooten, even though they pretend like they didn't know each other. But there's the proof right there. You're at the same party. You must be intimate enough that you invited him to your that he was invited to your birthday party. Duh. Yeah, Dan Wooten, I tell you, he's a real fighter, isn't he? He's going to take those pink boxing gloves and clobber you. Uh-oh. Look at that. Look at what just washed up on the shore. Have you ever seen anything like it? Oh my goodness. What is that? Now, it kind of looks like a turtle, but the head is facing the wrong direction. Okay, it's not a turtle. It kind of looks like, oh, what is that? You know, a commercial is coming to mind. Do you guys remember a commercial for Jello brand gelatin? Anybody remember that commercial? Watch it quiver, see it shiver, smooth and fruity. That Jello brand gelatin of all desserts, you'll love the one that shakes so light and makes such fun. It's Jello brand gelatin and makes some fun. Yeah, I'm thinking of that commercial. Watch it quiver, see it shiver, smooth and fruity. That Jello brand gelatin of all the desserts do have such fun. That shakes so light and makes such fun. Something like that. Yes, a vicious bowl of Jello. There you have it, folks. A vicious bowl of Jello. Just like a jellyfish, spineless. As spineless as a jellyfish or a jelly roll. Uh-oh. Oh, yes. Did you guys read about this last year? Apparently, some tourists were on a whale watching tour, and Dan Wooten emerged from the water, and all the tourists lined up along the railing thinking that they had saw like something that they compared to Moby Dick. Remember Moby Dick was the big white whale? Well, apparently they thought that they had saw something like Moby Dick, something that hadn't been seen since what, the 18 something. But yeah, looked like a big whale then washed up on the beach. And then check it out. Even there, you see, there's a whaler. There she blows. Arr, there she blows. There she blows. Look at that whale breaching the water there. There she blows. I don't know who made this. By the way, I made these myself. I don't know who made this, but check it out. We are the Royal Rota Rats, paid for by Kensington Palace, featuring Camilla Tominey, Richard Eden, Rebecca English, Amanda Platel, and Tom Sykes. Okay, so I didn't make this one, but it is super cute. Speaking of super cute, the bespoke red heart of gold pendant with Kelly Zafin for Children's Hospital Los Angeles, designed for Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. See there? Archie and Lily. Well, apparently, Meghan was wearing that at the Dodgers game. Yes, bespoke red heart of gold pendant with Kelly Zafin for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Oh, that is very sweet. Fashion brand Epitomine. Is that whatever it is? Loved by the Princess of Wales announces closure. Well, just about anything that she touches eventually goes out of business. Everybody knows that. She is a jinx. Kate Middleton is a jinx. If she wears it, they are going to go out of business. very fast. Why does Kate Middleton dress like she's 50? You see, she has a long history of dressing in a very matronly way. And look at Janice Street Walker. Janice Street Walker said Kate Middleton's drab choice of clothes in India was embarrassing. The British fashion industry inspires the rest of the world. Why has Kate decided to dress so painfully on the royal trip? Oh, I'm sorry, plainly, not painfully. Why is she dressed so plainly on the royal trip? Because Janice Street Walker, she's boring. That's why. Anyway, that's Janice Street Walker from what's that show? Loose Women. The Princess of Wales refuses to be a fashion influencer. That won't stop royal fans loving her style. The princess wants to focus on her work, not her wardrobe, but her devotees will always be fascinated by her outfit choices. Of course they will, because they can't understand why she looks so bad. It's curtains for Kate's style. Now, see, I think somebody's been watching Royal Sussex. Why would they just happen to say curtains? It's curtains for Kate's style. Flamboyant floral, floor sweeping, and a little bit frumpy. Why is the Duchess of Cambridge dressing like a set of curtains? Why is she dressing like a set of curtains? I have been asking that question for years. Kensington Palace is now keeping Kate Middleton's fashion choices under lock and key. Now, they said that in 2022 because they wanted people to focus on her brain as opposed to focusing on what she wore. That was when they were really heavy into trying to compete with Meghan. You know, because Meghan can walk and chew gum. And out of jealousy, they decided, you know what? We're not going to talk about her fashions anymore. Thank you, Connie Bomber. Kate Middleton offered to appear on Vogue cover to showcase role as global fashion icon. Anna Wintour, the magazine's editor-in-chief and most powerful woman in fashion, is said to have made a personal appeal to the Princess of Wales. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I do not. Horse shit. I don't believe it. And look at that. Sad day as one of royal favorites brand, the Vampire Wife, is set to close. Famously, Catherine, the Princess of Wales, was wearing one of their dresses for an official painting portrait with Prince William. Well, that's why. They went out of business. More people saw how bad it looked on her. That's the Vampire Wife dress there. See those? That's what those are. And look at this amazing fashion choice. If this is what Kate Middleton refers to as the height of fashion, is there any wonder that one by one, every label that she's ever worn is going out of business? One after the other. How Kate Middleton fell victim to an attack of the rogue wrinkles on center court, the fashion faux pas that every woman dreads. What a stupid article. Kate disjointed BAFTA look makes sense if you pay attention to her transitioning. They were saying that the gloves that she wore, those look like the gloves that you use when you're trying to help with the birthing process of, say, a calf, right? You know how they have those gloves where they reach all the way inside? That's what they were saying that dress reminds them of. Also, people compared her to lambs and the swans that you see on the left side. As Kensington Palace says, it will no longer share details of Kate's outfits. These are the showstoppers we'll never forget. Now, that did not last long. Remember, that was in wait, what month was that? They said under lock and key. So that was November 12th of 2022. Yeah. Oh, it's the same thing here. Anyway, that didn't last long. I think that only lasted about a month. And then they started talking about her fashions again. I applaud the Princess of Wales for choosing not to play mannequin. That was after they made the announcement about not talking about her clothes. Has Meghan effect influenced Kate to stop wearing her outfits details? Sharing her outfit details. Princess may be distancing herself from sister-in-law's strategy of monetizing her style by wearing clothes from brands she invested in. Oh, they were trying to come for Meghan. Remember that? They were saying that Meghan was only wearing stuff that she could make money with. That's a lie, of course. That's a lie. Meghan's wearing a lot of the same brands that she's worn for years, most of which she's not invested in. Yeah, they were trying to come for Meghan. And I remember this. Kate Middleton dazzles on BAFTA red carpet in elegant white gown. Well, as you can see, Kate is wearing an over-the-shoulder gown, right? One shoulder. When Meghan does it, royal shock. Meghan Markle breaks royal protocol again with vulgar fashion moves. And then, of course, they add a picture of Queen Elizabeth because this article is not complete if they're not accusing Meghan of elder abuse, of upsetting the Queen. Yeah, because there's nothing else. Absolutely. If they don't talk about her fashion, they certainly have nothing else to talk about with Kate Middleton ever. And then take a look at that. How Kate Middleton quietly rebelling against against royal family rules following tough year. Really? That's how she rebels? Her cancer battle really shifted her perspective. It wasn't the cancer, it was Meghan. Meghan is the reason. But anyway, that's a 2025 article. If she's rebelling now, what do you call all these outfits where you get to see her behind? That's rebellion right there. When you marry into the royal family and you can't keep your dress down, that's rebellion. Dressing like Meghan is not rebellion. That is rebellion. Yeah, so if that means she's rebelling in 2025, what was she doing back there in those years? That looks like a rebellion to me. And how about this? One of her first outings with Queen Elizabeth, and this is what she wore. one of her first outings with the Queen, and she went out there wearing that. That is absolutely disgusting. It's showing way too much. And I think it was very disrespectful to Queen Elizabeth. I really do. But of course, they will justify this and call it clever and innovative. But if it was Meghan, they would call it treason. It would be treasonous. You know, yesterday I made a smoothie and I couldn't understand why I felt like something was missing. I forgot to put the banana in it. Oh, I forgot to put I never forget the banana. Isn't that just awful? And look at poor Queen Elizabeth. She is so disgusted with her. You know, this is the type of article, whenever the press turns against Kate again, they are going to go back and look at these articles. You know how they do Meghan, where they say that time that Meghan did this, that time that Meghan did that. Well, how about that time that Kate Middleton dressed up like she worked at one of those houses when she went out with Queen Elizabeth? The Queen is so disgusted, she won't even look at her. Look at this. Disgusted. Very disappointed. I don't know if the Queen wasn't going out on these trips with Kate because because Kate refused, or was it because the Queen was just so disappointed with her? Can you believe that? That is in really bad taste. Really, really bad taste. And Kate should be ashamed of herself. Mm-mm-mm. I don't like it. Well, from riches to rags. Look at that. Now, see, when Meghan downplays, things, she still manages to look elegant. Kate looked like she's on her way to Woodstock. Is it Well, no, Woodstock. Yeah. She looks like she's on her way to Woodstock. And look at her hair without the wigs. That's Kate's hair without the wigs. Very flat. There's no fullness whatsoever. That's what she looks like without the wigs. You know, when she took that picture on the right, they tried to make us believe that Kate went to some kind of rave party because Meghan had went, I think, to the Beyonce concert. They were trying to convince us that Kate went to some wild event somewhere. Well, it looks like a Great Panthers meeting from where I'm sitting, right? It looks like a Great Panthers meeting. That looks more like a bingo hall instead of like some rave party. You mean to tell me at a rave party, all of a sudden a game of bingo breaks out? Yeah, that is pretty wild. Oh, man. Yeah, Kate is a real loose cannon, boy. She's wild, isn't she? She went to a bingo parlor. Bingo! uh, and then, of course, there's this fashion moment. You know, any chance I get to drag Kate, I'll take it. Look at this sad fashion moment. That's somebody's mother. Kate Middleton going back to her flashing roots. Now that's how you welcome world leaders. Yeah, that's what one of the squaddies shared that day when she wore that very confusing outfit. I promise you, there was nobody trying to buy out that outfit. They couldn't understand it. Too much stuff going on. Now, we all know if that was Meghan, we'd have never heard the end of it. How about that time she went to those military drills? This is when William went out of town. Remember, William went to Singapore without her? So to rebel, to, I guess, get at him, she decided that she would wear those Lululemon yoga pants to go and ride around in military equipment and talk to the soldiers. Again, very disrespectful, disgusting. Wait, raw chicken? Oh, yeah, raw chicken. That's where that comes from. Yeah, if you've seen one pack of raw chicken, you've seen them all. Chicken legs, anybody? Anybody for some raw chicken legs? A middle bomb tail. Ho, 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 green giant, up in the valley of the jolly green giant. Hey, Sprout, what's going on? Remember that commercial? Up in the valley of the jolly green giant. Ho, 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 green giant. Well, if it isn't the green giant. Up in the valley of the jolly green giant. Kate's country cottage kitchen curtains. As seen on TV, Kate's country cottage kitchen curtains. If you got a kitchen and you don't know what to put up at your windows, you got to try Kate's country cottage kitchen curtains. It also makes for a nice dress too. If you wear a dress like that, you will prevent all manner of crime because it is the assault on the optic nerves that will prevent a perpetrator from getting too close to you, right? Even now, I have to divert my eyes so not to ruin my corneas. With the Kate Country Cottage kitchen curtains. Can you believe she wore that to Ireland just a week before Meghan came back to the UK for the last round of any royal duty? That's what she wore a week before Meghan came back and showed them how to dress as a royal duchess should. Ooh, what an ugly dress. Ugly. And you know what? I'm not even going to blame her for putting this company out of business. They did that to themselves. Yes, I will not blame Kate for this one. This one is not her. They went out of business because they are tacky. Who would wear something like that in 2020? Kate. Wiggle that says, I'm a style queen too. Kate. Yeah. Wiggle that says, I'm a style queen too, Kate. Jan Mars salutes Sophie Wessex, who's found her fashion mojo. Oh my God. Why are they encouraging her? Why? Why encourage her? Sophie Wessex is just a little too dumpy. Dumpy is an expression for someone who looks like her. Dumpy. That's a person who wears outfits that are meant for someone that is very slender and long, slender limbs and legs and such. She's just not the right person. Look at that cape dress. Look at that. Remember how Meghan wore that dress over her shoulders? Can you believe that she attempted to capture the spirit of that look? But for her, it's just not working. It looked like she's got one of those things. You know how you put that screen in front of the fireplace when you're not using it? It looks like she's holding one of those fireplace screens up. And then look at that idiot there on the right side, Julian McDonald. He's in hot water over firm's 700,000 K debts, betrayed creditors, blast designers to the stars, including Kylie and J-Lo, after discovering they were thousands of pounds out of pocket following Zoom call. You know, remember him? That's the one who said that he couldn't design anything for Meghan. Now, I want you to look at that. Look at that. In May of 2024, you see the purple one? That was when he said that he wouldn't want to make a dress for Meghan. By August of 2023, though, wait a minute. Yeah, in 2023, he was in trouble for debt. You mean to tell me you wouldn't want to make anything for Meghan because you don't like her? Oh, wait, I see that. May 2024 updated. Okay. Anyway, I think I have confused myself with those dates, but that's the guy who said he did not want to design anything for Meghan. So in July, that was when he got in trouble for debt. Elaine Parker, thank you so much for the super sticker. It looks like it's going to be a 4-hour thing tonight, Elaine Parker. I don't know why I'm on so long, but I'm glad you're here. And you came at just the right time with Dragon Kate. Well, we were, but right now we're concentrating on this frumpy mess. Look at that. Look at what the hell is that? Why would someone leave the house dressed like that? I don't know why aristocratic women wear those horrible patterns. Why do they do that? I don't know. I guess in the UK, rich women are very much into those busy prints like that. Rich women in the US do not dress like that. They don't. I don't care how old they are. They do not dress like that. Do they have mirrors? I love this though. The squatty who posted that said it seemed like they're trying to sabotage her. Mhm. It's sabotage. Yes, the only way to explain that is sabotage. That is a hot mess. And what about the jumpsuits? Why is it they seem to want to bring back the jumpsuit? I'm Gumby, damn it. I'm Gumby. I'm Gumby, damn it. You got to admit that's pretty bad. You see, I can see what Sophie is trying to do, but she does not have the right body for it. She just doesn't. Why would she wear that horrible blue jumpsuit? I don't understand why she keeps trying to squeeze into these jumpsuits. And you know, it must be something about the jumpsuit that speaks to her, but I don't know what it is. I guess if it was speaking to her, I guess the jumpsuit is saying, hey, I dare you to put me on. I dare you. I dare you to put me on. I double dare you. I triple dare you. I bet you won't put me on. You see there? You know how in Spain they have the running of the bulls? Well, in the UK, they have the running of the jumpsuits. Look at all them jumpsuits. Hey, check out that jumpsuit that she's got on the right side there. And just think about it. She wore that to Royal Ascot. That is so bad. It really is bad. It's almost like she's wearing a parachute, isn't it? Okay, okay. I am going to rate everyone in their jumpsuits. Camilla, 5. Whoever that is next to Camilla, I'm going to give her a 7. Sophie, in her Crackerjack boy suit, I'm going to give her a 5. The Princess of Monaco, I'm going to give her an 8. And Amal Clooney, I think she gets, I'm going to give her a 10. This other girl with the white on, I give her a 10. The orange jumpsuit, 9. And Princess Victoria of Sweden or wherever she's from, I'm going to give her a 9. I'm not sure what that is. Khadijah says she's carrying around a washcloth for some reason. Camilla 3, Sophie 2, and the orange jumpsuit is a 9. Okay, I'll go with that. Meghan, 10. 10, 10, 10. That is a 10. Now, that is how you wear a jumpsuit. That's a 10. Okay, that's a 10. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Flawlessly executed. Now, Duchess of Sussex and Queen Letizia wear new outfits we observe because they're two of the most stylish names on the planet. Yes. I'm going to throw one more person in there, though. The Queen of the Netherlands, Queen Maxima. Maxima can dress. I'm telling you, that woman looks good. So when it comes to royals, Meghan, Letizia, and Maxima, those are my choices for the best dress royals in all of Europe. Meghan wore that hat from Colombia. Put that on the market. And how about that? There were 2,306 monthly Google searches into Meghan's fashion choices versus Princess Kate. Kate, not so much. Moreover, Meghan is even more popular than American pop star Taylor Swift, whose clothing choices garnered 1,951 search queries a month. Isn't that something? And then over here on the right, Meghan's Paul Andrew pumps from Queen Elizabeth II's funeral have gone viral and may prompt a relaunch. I think that those were velvet. I think they were black velvet. I think that's why they were such a hit. I think they were black velvet. No, it says black suede. Now the bench author's exclusive black suede could become a revived hit for the brand, which according to representatives was specifically crafted for Meghan. In fact, the same representative confirmed Andrew is already considering bringing back the pump. It bringing back the pump it up style to his repertoire in the spring of 2023 season due to the international interest and desire for the shoe. You see there, the shoe that Meghan wore to the Queen's funeral. Now, how people could even really see the shoe, I don't know. But those shoes went viral. And why did they go viral? Meghan. That's why they went viral. Meghan's Invictus game style sees all of her outfits in Germany so far. Well, we all know that was a hit. Meghan's Invictus Game 2023 wardrobe, J. Crew, Zara, Banana Republic, and more. Yeah, a lot. Remember that sweater she wore? Remember that white sweater with the dark trim? That one was J. Crew. That sold out. Let me see. Meghan's $300 self-portrait dress sells out within hours as she steps out with Prince Harry at Invictus. Self-portrait dress. I'm trying to remember which one that was. See there, dress Meghan wore today has already sold out. Well, that's that Meghan effect. They call it the Meghan effect. I love that they try to say the Kate effect. There is no such thing. The Kate effect means that they shutter the business within a week. Look at that. Meghan sparks 376% explosion as fans sent wild over gorgeous California photos. I wonder when that was. And even Dan Wooten, now see, back in 2021, Dan Wooten wasn't so vicious toward the Sussexes. Dan Wooten says, why Kate can thank Meghan for her metamorphosis from slightly dowdy duchess into a new royal superstar who's leaving her wannabe sister-in-law in the shade. Well, a compliment along with some poison. Very Dan Wooten. And as I mentioned the other day, I still don't know what it was about that red dress that caused so much hostility. But look at all of those articles. That one red dress was trending for God knows how long. Was that the end? I guess it was. Was that the last thing? Wait, let me see. No, I think I'm going to finish with this. Yes, I'm going to finish with this. The other day, I had mentioned the Sagrada Familia. The Sagrada is now the tallest church in the world at 537 feet, something like that. I don't know how many meters it is. I do apologize. But now it is the tallest church in the world. They have just put one of the final pieces up there on the top there. You see that? And once they complete that, I don't know how much is left, but they said that the church should be completed by 2026. So that is the Sagrada Familia, which is in Barcelona, Spain. If you've never been in there before, some parts of it is of the scale of the Vatican, right? Now, this, of course, is a very Art Nouveau style house of worship. But the scale of it, I mean, it is just absolutely massive. You feel like you're walking through the redwood forest because the columns are the columns are massive. Everything about this church is on a scale that leaves you in awe. And the colors, when you go in there, it's like you have walked into a kaleidoscope. The glass, the light, the sunlight, it's an amazing experience. Look at that. See how they have certain tones of colors that are like an entire section of the window. So it is quite extraordinary. If you ever get a chance to go to the Sagrada, do it. Now, this is a model. This is what it should look like when it's complete. And unfortunately, the main entrance of the church is blocked by several apartment buildings. Now, at the time when they started the church, there was not supposed to be anything blocking it. It was designed so that if you step, it's supposed to have like a procession to get to the front door of the church, but there's a neighborhood built up around it. So I think the government of Spain is going to have to buy those people out because the grand staircase of the church cannot be completed if those apartment blocks are still there. Now, the people that live there, of course, they are like, we're not going anywhere. So that is the vision that they have for the Sagrada in the future, is that they would take down all of those buildings in front of the church and the grand staircase. See that dark square there? That's the grand staircase. But to do that, as you can see how the buildings are shaped, it seems like they just kind of shaved an entire section of the building away. They're going to have to do something because otherwise it's just not going to look right if they don't take those buildings down. So anyway, look forward to 2026 because they say the Sagrada should be completed by 2026. That's the goal. Yep, that's the goal. I went there back in 2018. Now, at the time, they didn't let you go upstairs. So I don't know if they're going to have any type of observation or anything at the top. But for now, that's as far as they've gotten. They are just about done with it, though. They're almost done with it. I think the architect's name was Gaudi, something like that. And he was very much into Art Nouveau architecture. Okay, you guys, it's been nearly 4 hours. It has been a pleasure. Don't forget to throw some support to World Central Kitchen or any of the other charities that are on the what is that, Meghan and Harry's Archwell. So I'm going to give you the address to Archwell. If you go to this particular link, you will find 6 Archwell approved charities, 6 of them. So that's it right there. I'm going to pin this to the top of the chat. How is it I have been talking for 4 hours, you guys? 4 hours. How do I do it? I have no idea. I wonder if I talk to myself when there's nobody around. You think so? But they say it's okay if you talk to yourself. They say long as you don't answer yourself. They say if you start answering yourself, that's when you're in trouble. Trader Joe's got some of the best chocolate covered cashews you could ever want. Dark chocolate. Anyway, love you guys. Thank you so much. Elaine Parker says, I answer myself and prove me wrong. Hmm. Hmm. And Sandra says, I'm in trouble then. Mm. I don't know why I'm always eating cashews and pecans and all kind of stuff. I ain't even got that many teeth. So you know it takes a lot of work. How many of y'all been here for the whole 4 hours? I'm curious to know. Hmm. I don't even remember what I talked about for 4 hours. Isn't that weird? Anyway, oh, thank you, Christian, thank you very much. I'm going to say good night. I was on my way from work. Oh, really? Okay, cool. That is cool. Love to hear that. I sleep in between the 4 hours. I don't blame you. Look, I was asleep too. I don't know who was talking, but I took a nap too. Oh, that's right. You know what? I almost forgot about my birthday on November 3rd. I almost forgot about it. I'm so embarrassed. I always forget about my birthday. Um, I know it seemed like I'm constantly reminding people, but I forget. As a matter of fact, I am so forgetful that I've only mentioned the mailing address for Royal Sussex 10 or 12 times tonight. That's how much I forget. So if anybody is interested in sending a card or, or something like that, that's the mailing address. A card, some AT&T stock, or something like that. Yes, I think that's a good idea. You celebrate the entire month. And of course, I would be remiss if I did not include the official Royal Sussex wish list from Amazon. Now, as I often say, no one is obliged to order anything from this list. It's just fun because you get little stuff and you forget about it. Be like, oh, where did that come from? So I'm going to share the list with you. So in your free time, if you feel like looking at it, there it is right there. I'm going to pin that to the top of the chat. Now, really, it would embarrass me it would behoove me if somebody ordered something from that list. I think I would just, the embarrassment would wipe me out. I'd be so embarrassed. But somehow I'll get past the embarrassment. So I pinned it to the top of the chat. But like I said, don't bother ordering anything from that list. It's so embarrassing. You can't see the zip code? Okay, well, I can help you out with that. It's 60607. That's 60607. 60607. Okay. I'll just put that here just in case it's hard to see it. Oh, wait, that's not good. It's kind of all stuck together. And that doesn't look right. Let me see. Let me try that. Oh, that's better. Oh, wow. I just almost banned myself. Gosh, how long has Royal Sussex been going on? Like 5 years now? Royal Sussex really started in the spring of 2020, but because of the rather disappointing election that year, I could not really wrap my brain around doing a podcast of any kind. So for a year, I stepped away from it. But then back in May of 2021, I said, I am going to post something every day, regardless. I don't care if I just say hi. I'm going to post something. And I did. And except for when I was in the hospital, I don't think I've missed a day. I think it was last year I was in the hospital for 6-7 days, was it? Something like that. Yeah. So aside from that period, I have not missed a day. I just made up my mind. I'm going to post something every day. I want this channel to grow. I want to be able to defend our faves. And so that's what I did. And what started off as a hobby actually was a gateway to a pretty terrific community. Which is why I always say, if you have a smartphone, you have a platform. I encourage everyone to work on establishing some type of channel of their own. And of course, just don't punish yourself. Don't think about numbers and all that kind of stuff. Just be yourself. That's all you have to do is just be yourself. And people will respond. People will respond to your authenticity. See there? There's a response right there. Keep putting my UK keeps putting my UK address. So buy yourself something from your Amazon wish list. Have an amazing day. LHKWS. Oh, stands for loves, hugs, and kissy woos. Well, thank you so much. Is it Ispi Luksha? Thank you very much for that. And thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. That is very, very kind of you. I really do appreciate that. But and see, that's what I mean. It's a community. It is a community. This is why I say give it a try. You have nothing to lose. It doesn't cost you anything. Now, often I have people ask me, well, how do I do it? I couldn't explain it, but what I did was I watched a lot of other YouTube channels and such, and some things I needed to do, I would just have one hand on my PC and the other one on my phone so that I could look at a how-to video. Lots of how-to videos. But yeah, and then that's how it happens. It's just day by day. Do not come out the gate trying to be a professional. As you can see, I've been at it for 5 years and I am far from professional. There's always things to do better, but I am very thorough about facts and information. That is so important to me. Let me see. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I want the butter thing, but our butter comes in blocks, not strips. Yeah. We do have blocks now. We didn't used to, but now we have the blocks of butter. But yeah, the strips of butter, that's pretty much what I grew up with. Listen to you from the start because Tina with Michelle and V finished their podcast and filled in the gap. Okay. Thank you for that. Uh-oh, it's 4 hours. I'm going to say goodnight. I was waiting for it to round off to exactly 4 hours. But, hey, Legs, I didn't know you were still here. Are you still here? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there you go. I know you're still here. Oh, you guys, we had such a great podcast the other day. Myself, Hazel Jones, and Legs. What a great podcast. If you guys didn't see that one, it is kind of long. It's about 3.5 hours. And I forgot how long was it before Legs came in and then eventually Hazel Jones. But it was a very, very great conversation, actually. And I almost feel like I need to go back and listen to it again. I believe it's the one that says karma. The what do you call it? Let me see here. I'll put the link if I can grab it really fast. But had such a great time. Let me see. Nope, it was the one. It's a different one, not the one with karma. Let me find it. Wow, 3 hours and 45 minutes. Okay, I'm going to grab the link. So if you're in your garden, or if you got some cleaning to do, if you got to drive or something like that, but feel free to skip ahead to where Legs enters the conversation, and then of course at some point Hazel Jones hops in, and it was just so informative. It was so good. Hazel Jones has forever changed the way I look at Queen Elizabeth. Forever. Let's see. Yeah, that's it right there. Let me pin that to the top of the chat. Okay, it's up top now. So if you want to, go ahead and try to save that link or something like that. You won't be sorry. You won't be sorry. You won't be sorry. You won't be sorry. Right, right. Let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah. That was oh my goodness. It was the one where I never said ugly. I never said anything. I just made a video. I said, why do all of the haters have a certain look? And every picture of every Royal Rhoda person I put up there, I had this picture of a shattered mirror. So I didn't have to say it. It was implied. Anyway, somebody had said something to YouTube, and next thing I know, I'm like, can y'all hear me? Can you all hear me? Because I can't. And then I realized that they had closed out that episode of Royal Sussex. And I, you know what I did? I said, I ain't done nothing wrong. I'm fixing to go to the store. So I switched off the computer and I hopped in the hoopty and I went to Target. I forgot what I needed that day, but I went to Target. And oh my God, everybody was so upset. And what I really love is that there were so many messages of support. People saying, if I have to write a letter, if I have to, I'm going to do whatever it takes. This is so unfair. Well, see, I knew I hadn't done anything wrong. So it was nothing that I hadn't said before, right? So I'm like, I'll just appeal or whatever, and then we'll see what happened. Well, anyway, the next day, I got a letter from YouTube apologizing for the disruption. We reviewed your video and we found that you were not out of compliance, etc., etc. But it was an apology, not just an acknowledgement, but a full-throated apology. So to the deranger who call themselves, because at the time the derangers were doing everything they could to try to shut down certain Sussex-friendly channels, and Royal Sussex, of course, being one of them, but it just didn't work. It did not work. They were barking up the wrong tree because I had done nothing wrong. So I'm like, I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm going shopping. So that's what I did. But yes, that was very interesting. Did you go over 8 hours? Oh, you mean that day when they did that? No. Nope. No, it wasn't so long. It was just that I was, making light of some of the like Jan Mar and those kind of people, but it wasn't such a long video. But they just shut it down. Yeah, I think that they had said that I was threatening people or that's something like that. Wow. Oh my goodness. I would just scream if I thought that William was watching Royal Sussex. I would just scream. I don't know what I would do. That would be hilarious if William was watching Royal Sussex. Yeah, that would be funny. Okay, you guys, I'm going to say goodnight. Love you. Thank you all very much. And do not forget to wish Anne of Duchess of Success. Do not forget to wish her a happy birthday, November the 1st. And then my birthday, November the 3rd. I still remember it. November the 3rd. I don't want to say what year, but back in the 1960s. It was a long time ago. Was it the 60s? Yeah, I think it was the 60s. The waters ran blue in the Chicago River. Oh, there was an idyllic sky, not a cloud in sight. And of course, the birds were singing. People danced in the street. So beautiful. Um, okay. Well, that's my version of it. Hi, Jessica Foreman. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, well, if that's the case, no, I mean, I still feel like a teenager. Unless I'm in a seated position and I need to get up, I'm still a teenager at heart. Very much a teenager. Although I have to say, it is a bit bittersweet. I hate to, I mean, it's, it is what it is, but this is my first birthday without my sister. And I'm just like, oh, this is going to be weird. This is going to be so weird without my sister and my aunt. That is going to be so, so weird for me. But I mean, it's practically my birthday now, and I feel okay. And you know what? One of the reasons why is because of the Sussex squad. It's like I almost hesitate sometimes to say that or anything like that because it's like I mean, it's not like we ever will probably meet one another and we're kind of like strangers but not strangers, you know what I mean? Um but then again, some of the stuff that has been shared, with the group and everything has been in some cases life-changing advice or information or something like that and you just kind of take it with you. So what could I say? Um but yeah, my aunt who called everybody in the family to wish us happy birthday, and she'd sing her happy birthday song. You know what? If I go back into my voice messages, I know I have my aunt maybe a couple of times singing happy birthday. Not sure if I want to listen to it or not. I have to think about that. But yeah, so that's going to make it kind of weird is not having the two of them. But then again, I kind of feel like they're with me all the time. So that very much is a constant, you know. I always feel like they're with me. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. They're always with me. They're always with me. Well, thank you for that, Lex. I really do appreciate that. Well, I tell you, if there was one thing that was a blessing, and that is that we all took a vacation together, which is, well, actually, it was my aunt and my aunt's daughter who passed away early this year. You know, they all passed away like a month apart from each other, which was extraordinary. But all three of us were together for my aunt's birthday in 2024. And I'm just like, you know, how fortunate was it that my aunt and my cousin and a couple of other people, family members, of course, we all went on a road trip for my aunt's birthday, and we met my sister there. And so throughout the whole thing, I'm just like, that was the last time that all three of them were together. That was the last time that all three of them were together. And how lucky that was that spontaneously, all of a sudden, we were on a road trip. So I'm so glad for that. Well, thank you for being here, Ingrid Soares. I mean, you know, you guys, it's not me, it's you all, because you all are what make up the community. We all make up the community. And I never look at it as just, you know, Royal Sussex. I look at it as for all of the Sussex friendly spaces because of the way they bridge over from one channel to the next. I mean, it's almost like at least 4 or 5 hours out of the day, you can be in a live space with other Sussex friendly squatties. Yeah, that is a cool thing. Everyone can see we're together as we walk on by. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Okay, what time is it? It is it's been 4 hours and 17 minutes. I'm gonna say goodbye for real this time. All right, love you guys. See you next time.